Honorable members, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the host pastor, Pastor T.G. Morrison, and the members of his church for the use of his sanctuary for today's services. Zion Baptist Church, East and Shirley Street, all the ministers of the gospel that participated in today's services, Bishop Neil Clarence Ellis for the very timely message on being focused, and all others who participated, and as well as yourselves, for those who was there to partake in today's services. So on behalf of myself and all the members here at the House of Assembly, including our staff, we want to extend our gratitude and thanks to all ministers of the gospel that participated in today's services. Members, before we broke this morning, we were at laying of documents by ministers. At this time, are there any further laying of documents? Okay. Thank you, Honourable Member. So we will proceed down the order of business. Statement and communication by ministers. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member finally listed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to agree with you. That message, so powerful, and such an instruction to all of us in public life. I think that all of us who heard it, we would have felt as if we were in a moment. Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the people of Angleston to give this communication relative to the resumption of face-to-face hybrid instruction in all public schools nationwide. Madam Speaker, you are aware that all around the world, the disruptions caused by the coronavirus pandemic have had a domino effect throughout society. It has severely impacted our economy, our public health infrastructure, and yes, our educational system. We are currently battling crises on multiple fronts, including a very difficult educational crisis, exacerbated by resource challenges within the system, as well as within households throughout the Commonwealth. Thousands of children have been pushed out of the classroom for extended periods of time and have had to engage in hours and hours of virtual learning, which has proven to be most challenging. Even in the best of times, having children spend 6+ hours in front of a screen, even for learning purposes, is a tall task. To have to make such a complex transition to online learning with very little warning and preparation made it all the more difficult for our educational professionals and administrators. Thousands more of our children of all ages have been without any formal instruction whatsoever, being fully absent from school for almost 2 years. Once again, we are seeing the domino effect of resource challenges impact the ability for many children to connect and properly engage with the system. We know that most middle income and higher income students have largely stayed on track, more or less, although I am sure there were challenges even for those students. But the impact has been felt most severely by those students and families who lack the resources for reliable broadband internet, reliable devices, round-the-clock supervision of learning, conducive environments for learning, and the money to support it all. It is children from these homes who have been most adversely impacted. And it is for these precious children to whom we are most excited to say, welcome back.
Wow.
Now that they are back, we have a lot of catching up to do. It is almost certain that this phenomenon has led to acute learning loss in our nation's children. Research shows that unless there are timely interventions, the learning loss could be irreversible. In other words, from an educational perspective, we risk losing an entire generation without quick action. This has implications on lifetime earnings and productivity, educational outcomes at all levels, and future economic stability. And I would add, maybe even social stability. With this in mind, Madam Speaker, we have tried to work quickly to respond to the emergence of the Omicron variant by ensuring schools could be reopened as safely as possible. On Monday, the 24th of January, 2022, our schools nationwide reopened their doors for face-to-face instruction. As it turned out, the 24th of January is International Day of Education, as proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly. It is a day to celebrate the pivotal role that education plays in creating peace and promoting development. It was quite fitting for the hybrid model to be launched on that day, as we took the first steps towards normalized education after 2 years of uncertainty and false starts. On that day, thousands of children in the Bahamas re-entered the classroom, many of whom were among the lost children who had not attended school either in person or virtually for more than 2 years. I can only imagine the relief both they and their parents felt now that their education is getting back on track. This was an important step forward for our country because the evidence is clear. Face-to-face instruction is the most effective method of transmitting learning. And so getting children back into the classroom, if only in a hybrid model in the first instance, represents tremendous progress as we seek to confront the harm caused by this pandemic. It is a very critical first step, and it supplements the digital learning with much needed face-to-face time. Ideally, we would like to move as soon as possible to 100% face-to-face learning when it is safe to do so. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training will conduct diagnostic testing on each child during the course of their face-to-face instruction. Thereafter, strategies for accelerated learning appropriate for each child will be implemented. It is becoming clear, however, that other interventions may be necessary based on the deep impact of these last 2 years. We are dealing with an unprecedented scenario of widespread learning loss among a majority of our students, not only those who didn't show up for 2 years, but also those who were sporadic in their appearances, those who experienced frequent technical issues, and those for whom digital-only learning was not an effective means of conveying knowledge. Already, some of the reports I have received from teachers since Monday are worrying. And this is amplified by the recent sharing of available data by UNICEF only 2 days ago on the impact of the pandemic on children's learning. UNICEF stated, and I quote, "In March, we will mark 2 years of COVID-19 related disruptions to global education. Quite simply, we are looking at a nearly insurmountable scale of loss to children's schooling. While the disruptions to learning must end, just reopening school is not enough. Students need intensive support to recover lost education. Schools must also go beyond being places of learning to rebuild children's mental and physical health, social development, and nutrition. Children have lost basic numeracy and literacy skills. Globally, disruption of education has meant millions of children have significantly missed out on the academic learning they would have acquired if they had been in the classroom, with younger and more marginalized children facing the greatest loss. In low and middle income countries, learning losses to school closures have left up to 70% of 10-year-olds unable to read or understand a simple text, which is up from 53% pre-pandemic. Follow-on knock-on consequences of school closures are on the rise. In addition to learning loss, school closures have impacted children's mental health, reduced their access to a regular source of nutrition, and increased their risk of abuse. A growing body of evidence shows that COVID-19 has caused high rates of anxiety and depression among children and young people, with some studies finding that girls, adolescents, and those living in rural areas are most likely to experience these problems. End quote. Madam Speaker, we must keep in mind the challenges within our educational system that existed even before the pandemic. All these challenges were faced of our children, fully understanding what is at stake. Last Monday, almost 86% of teachers went to work nationwide, and in Grand Bahama, more than 90%. And Madam Speaker, they showed up despite being urged to turn off their computers and sit it out. It is clear that our teachers truly recognize what is at stake and are largely committed, like we are, to doing the best we can in less than ideal circumstances. Yesterday, on only the second day of resumption of face-to-face learning, approximately 94% of teachers entered the classroom nationwide, with 100% of teachers reporting to school in Grand Bahama. The nation is grateful. To the rest of the country, I say, love your teachers. They have worked long and hard for us to get us to this point in circumstances that were already challenging and were made far more challenging with the demands of digital-only learning. They will now have to manage both face-to-face and digital learning with the hybrid model. As always, our teachers are demonstrating an understated heroism that does not receive enough recognition in this country. So I say to the country, love and appreciate your teachers for all that they have done. And I wish to express my gratitude and profound respect for the work that is being done in our schools each and every day by our educational professionals. Madam Speaker, as I have said before, the road ahead is long and hard. We cannot deviate or slacken our pace. This pandemic has been especially harsh on our children. And it is the duty and responsibility of each of us to support the recovery efforts so as not to compromise the return to school campuses. It is very important that parents emphasize that children adhere to safety protocols on school campuses. And we must continue to do all we can to fight community spread. I just want to say that to the public at large. Once we have community spread, the schools are compromised. We are still in the midst of a pandemic, and for the sake of our future generations, we must continue to do all that we can to ensure that our schools remain open. Adherence to safety protocols on each school campus is vital, and the ministry will seek to ensure that practices on campus are managed safely. Each school must ensure a safe campus utilizing ventilation and encouraging outdoor activities. We will be operating at the highest standards. In this regard, I meet tomorrow morning with representatives of health and safety committees and assigned COVID officers on every public school campus in the country to assure the most stringent enforcement of protocols. We will shortly bring reinforcement personnel to monitor the campus for protocol adherence. Madam Speaker, more support is still needed in some areas. I encourage corporate Bahamas to support their local schools through a donation of N95 masks for children, teachers, administrators, and support staff, and to also assist in providing support for technology and other needs of our schools. I would also like to thank the corporate citizen who, within the last 48 hours, pledged a significant donation for uniforms for children in a specific primary school in New Providence. It is generosity like this that makes this reopening plausible. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has also implemented free testing to assist us in reopening safely. So many organizations and people have collaborated across the educational system, the government and the private sector to make this reopening happen. It is an example of the great things we can accomplish when we unite around a common goal. During the course of this day, Madam Speaker, an issue came to my attention. I want to incorporate it into this communication. The challenges we face in education also relate to the physical infrastructure. Just today, I'm advised that teachers I'm advised that the children of T.A. Thompson will continue instruction in virtual mode until these issues can be resolved. But, Madam Speaker, these are poignant lessons to us as we seek to manage the affairs my ministry pledges to do its part. During this period, the Ministry of Education will gather data on the critical indicators associated with this crisis of learning loss and will conduct the necessary research so that as far as possible, decisions and solutions are data-driven. As we delve into that data, we will be able to prescribe specific policy approaches and execute data-supported initiatives to drive the outcomes we want to see. Madam Speaker, the African adage says, it takes a village to raise a child. We must continue to embody this wisdom. This crisis requires an acute awareness, informed responses, and multidisciplinary support. We did not create these circumstances, but it is within our power, with God's help, to cause for our children to be the most resilient and accomplished generation this nation has ever seen. Every day I stand with the thousands of educational professionals, administrators, and support staff around this country who are fighting to ensure that our children are educated and empowered. In this, Madam Speaker, we will be focused and resolute, and we cannot be distracted. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and may God bless our schools, our children, our educators, and all the people that make up this beautiful country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable. Thank you, Honourable Member. What is that document you brought forward? There's a document on the paper. Further communication by Ruth. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to the people of Port Charlotte for affording me this opportunity to represent them in this honorable House. This communication, Madam Speaker, is to inform the House of the Andre Rogers National Baseball Stadium and the Gladstone Road Wastewater Treatment Plant, and the status of these two capital projects. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to present this communication. However, to understand where we find ourselves today with the stadium, we must delve into the history of the project. The Andre Rogers Stadium, which was birthed on the 7th November 2014 with a groundbreaking ceremony, rests on a 24.80-acre site in the southeastern section of the Queen Elizabeth Sports Center, east of the Government High School. The government contracted Arcocepts Limited Architectural Firm through its managing partner, Mr. Michael Foster, to provide a design and project management of the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium on April 15, 2015. The stadium was intended, Madam Speaker, to serve as a revenue-earning venue, diversify the tourism product through Sports in Paradise initiative, as well as a venue for other entertainment special events. Madam Speaker, as the project grew, that is, as the design, development, and the design team moved into construction documents, it was determined that the estimated budget would not suffice for the construction of the project. The government at that time took the decision to tender the project, and Wolseley Construction Company was selected with a bid of $24,956,004.17. That figure was later adjusted and a new construction cost agreed in the amount of $21,351,507.55 after some design adjustments and value engineering had taken place. After adding a contingency of $2,135,150.76 and a provisional sum of $4 million, the final amount was $27,486,658.31. Madam Speaker, construction began in earnest in September of 2016, and it was to last for a period of 15 months for a completion date of 31st November 2017. To date, Madam Speaker, $27,438,868.26 has been certified for payment. So by 2017, sitting on the ground of the Queen Elizabeth Sports Center was $27.4 million of public funds. However, Madam Speaker, of that amount, there are payments, certificates valued at $3,256,650 to date, which have not been paid for lack of funding allocated in the 2001 and 2002 works. This project's completion, Madam Speaker, has been greatly delayed, and it has in fact been delayed from 2017 to this day. From 2017, Madam Speaker, $27 million sitting on the ground has been delayed from then to now. The delay has been due and has caused the following concerns. One, the project has been extended a number of times over approximately 38 months and across 3 VAT periods, causing the need for additional funding. Escalation in the cost of material, equipment, and labor due to transition between governments. Cost escalation is valued at, in this context, at $685,130.65. Thirdly, construction of ancillary buildings and concrete works, such as ticket booths, batting cage, aprons, roof and structural support for batting cages, etc., was not priced in the tender process as drawings were incomplete and require $1,109,165.20 for completion. Fourthly, hardscape and landscape, a provisional sum of $375,000 is needed for completion. And fifthly, outstanding change order requests that may be valued at $906,057.69 pending scrutiny. Madam Speaker, this list of concerns is by no means comprehensive. However, it gives us a snapshot into what the government is faced with due to the inordinate delay in completing this project. Madam Speaker, we are not here today complaining, but merely reporting in a transparent manner to this honorable House. Additional funding will be required to complete the stadium in the amount of $31,349,566.28, and this is inclusive of that. Madam Speaker, it needs to be stated that if Wolseley Construction Company had been allowed to complete what was started, we would have realized many beneficial opportunities. The completion of the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium is a key component to the Sports in Paradise initiative. In fact, it is anticipated that the following events will be hosted at the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium upon its completion. One, the Babe Ruth Baseball League Caribbean Championships. This tournament will see competition with boys 12 and under and boys 16 and under from 22 countries. Participating countries for both age groups include Aruba, the United States, Haiti, Cayman Islands, Mexico, Jamaica, Curacao, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, the People's Republic of China, the Netherlands, Italy, Spain, Mexico, Germany, and our very own Bahamas. Also, Madam Speaker, the Bahamas Baseball Association Caribbean Baseball Championships, which are scheduled, as I've been advised by the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, scheduled for December 3rd to the 11th of 2022. The tournament will feature young men 23 and under from the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Haiti. Also, Madam Speaker, the Caribbean Baseball Federation Baseball Clinic is also scheduled. In addition, the Perfect Game, which is the largest tournament country out of the United States, for November of 2022. This tournament will feature 60 teams. The Perfect Game tournaments in 2023. Perfect Game will feature 50 to 60 team tournament every other month. So, Madam Speaker, the demand for the stadium is manifest. And we have $27 million sitting on the ground, lying dormant for 4 years. Madam Speaker, the first 4 tournaments have already been confirmed. With the remobilization of this project, Madam Speaker, we anticipate by December 2022, the stadium will be ready, and in fact, portions of it will be ready by the summer. Yes, this summer in July. In July of 2022, events will be held that will generate revenue for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We are working towards an early finish of this stadium, Madam Speaker, so that many more athletes, such as Jazz Chisholm, Lucius Fox Jr., Christian Robinson, who are currently on the scene, may follow in the footsteps of that great Bahamian professional baseball player, Andre Rogers, who was the first Bahamian to play in the Major League. So, Madam Speaker, I have been given my marching orders by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, and the Ministry of Works is up to the task, and the contractor has been remobilized and will begin the work very shortly so that we can meet the target for the completion. Madam Speaker, the Gladstone Road wastewater treatment plant, another project that has left Bahamians unfulfilled as far as the benefits to the community are concerned. In 2013, Madam Speaker, the Water and Sewerage Corporation borrowed from the National Insurance Board the amount of $10 million, which was increased to $15 million, and engaged Nassau Island Development Company Limited in joint venture with Marine Engineering and Construction Company Limited to complete the design and build of a water treatment plant on Gladstone Road. The plant was intended to be an income-generating facility. This facility, when I went and I saw it, Madam Speaker, I must confess that I was astounded. Because sitting on the ground in Gladstone Road, you can traverse Gladstone Road on a daily basis and not be aware that the facility is there. But as you go heading south, after you pass Premier Cruz, about a few hundred yards down on your right, there is a turn. And sitting on this facility is a huge generator, a very modern building, a number of turbines. And this facility was intended to receive the waste of Bahama, the waste of the surrounding subdivisions, the Gladstone Road community, the Munnings subdivision, and the Carmichael Road subdivisions. And as part of the master plan, the sewage master plan that was developed by the Water and Sewage Corporation with the assistance of the Caribbean Development Bank. This facility, Madam Speaker, was intended to receive the waste, which is being received now from Bahama, and that is being pumped in a well. But that waste, which is now being pumped in a well 400 to 600 feet below, which is going into the salt water underground, that water was supposed to be treated. And by treating the water, it would introduce a new stream of revenue for the Water and Sewage Corporation called reuse water. That reused water could be used for industrial purposes to water the lawn of Bahama. Currently, Madam Speaker, the golf course at Bahama is being watered using potable water that could be supplied to Bahamian domestic consumers. That potable water is being used to water the golf course. And we had and have the opportunity to take all of this wastewater, treat it, and sell it as reused water that can be used for non-domestic purposes. And as I went to the turbines and I climbed the turbines with the permanent secretary and the technical people, the turbines have been sitting never used, Madam Speaker, and the waste is being pumped down below our island. So there is a serious environment in operation, not only just to increase the revenue, but also, Madam Speaker, to protect the environment of our island tree, because it is self-evident that it is in the national interest, Madam Speaker, that this project be completed. And the communities, Bahama, Lake Cunningham, Skyline, Lake Subdivision, areas around Gladstone Road, Carmichael Road, Munnings Drive, going into Southwest Ridge, and the surrounding area. In other words, facilitating a central sewer system that is done in an environmentally sound manner that will have tremendous benefits. It will provide treated water, or what we call reused water, for irrigation. It will eliminate disease-causing bacteria. Madam Speaker, through this recycling process, it will save water. It will minimize waste, protect the environment, and generate an additional stream of revenue. The aim of this project, Madam Speaker, is again self-evident and manifestly in the national interest. And we're not looking back, we're looking forward, Madam Speaker. We are going to move this project Water and Sewerage Corporation has issued on the 20th of January a letter of acceptance with Hatch Limited, an American engineering consulting firm, to complete a detailed assessment of the Gladstone Road wastewater treatment plant and to provide a report with their findings and recommendations to complete and commission the plant. It is anticipated that following this initial task, Hatch may be further engaged to lead the project management, construction supervision required to complete and commission this facility. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the total cost of the completion of this project in its entirety is unknown, but as soon as it can be determined, the board of the Water and Sewerage Corporation and the government will pursue the most efficient and cost-effective way to complete this project. Again, a worthwhile project that will protect our environment and minimize risk. The government has its eyes on charting a course for a better sewage management, environmental sustainability, and expanding revenue through the provision of reused water. Madam Speaker, meeting the needs of all of our people, diversifying the tourism product, and creating new streams of revenue through sports in paradise will be realized through the Andre Rogers National Baseball Stadium. Similarly, Madam Speaker, I say to future baseball stars that the Andre Rogers Stadium will be completed. And I say also, Madam Speaker, to Bahama, the Gladstone Road community, and the surrounding subdivisions, that the Gladstone Road wastewater treatment plant will also be completed in early course. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order that the document be brought up. Order this document to lie on the table. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't intend to belabor the point, but I'm wondering whether or not the minister would indulge. I've listened carefully to the communication, and at another date I'd bring certainly more complete information, but there were several quite significant omissions, and I, again, not sure what accounted for the omissions, and wondered if the minister might be able to speak, to permit me to just identify a couple of them real quick, and with respect to the communication.
I mean, it's a communication.
No, I'm not seeking to debate.
The honourable members already indicated.
Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, let me just say the project mentioned with respect to the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium is a project that was dormant prior to 2017, for example, and I just thought that the clear impression given was that for 4 years nothing occurred with respect to the project, when I'm sure the technical team must have advised that the project had stopped prior to that general election. Secondly,
Honorable member, can we have those questions arranged so that on second Wednesday we could have those questions addressed?
Are we going to have a second Wednesday, since we've missed two of them already?
We are going
and
to have
accommodations that have been promised have not been delivered.
We are going to have a second. I promise you that. Okay.
But I'll speak to it in the communication that's coming up on the resolution. So I'll just, in order to put that on the record. But thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Member, for your communication. Are there any further communication by ministers? So we should move on. Communications by the clerk. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the Senate. None. Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign, seat, and new writs. Presentations of petitions. Presentations of reports of committees. First reading of bills. Second reading and committal of bills. Committee of the whole House. Third reading of bills and passing of bills. Consideration of Senate's amendments, resolutions. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fox Hill.
Great, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the following resolution: that the House creates a standing committee called the Management and Budget Committee, chaired by the Speaker, with a remit to assist and support the management of the offices of the House and to sit jointly with the Senate Committee with the same remit. And I would add what is usually implied but not stated here, that this committee will have the power to send for persons and papers, leave to sit from place to place, and leave to sit during the recess. And I'll be seeking a seconder in a minute. So the last time we visited this issue was when the House provided an interim report by a committee chaired by then Minister of National Security, Dr. Bernard Nottage. And the members of that committee were Dr. Nottage, who's the chair, myself, Glenwood Wells, Cleo Hamilton, Nico Grant, Hubert Chipman, and Theo Neely. And the report was a unanimous report, made certain recommendations. Unfortunately, the consensus broke down shortly after the report was tabled, and so nothing proceeded from it. So here we are again, trying to see if we can, by consensus, accomplish support for the work of members of Parliament, largely on a nod. We've had discussions with the opposition leader and a representative from the Senate, and it appears that we have a broad consensus on what support should be given for the work of members of Parliament and senators. And that is what this is seeking to accomplish. It is also trying to see whether or not these quarters that have been used since the year 1815. And I was just reading this brief history of the Parliament of the Bahamas. So in 1815, the Loyalists had become the powers that be in the country after the War of the Revolution in the United States. And these buildings are an example of their imprint and their wealth on the country. So we have been occupying these buildings since 1815, and so we are frozen in time in terms of where we are in our parliamentary development if you look at this building. But the building is clearly, I think, inadequate. And, I got a niece who's about 10 or 11 years old, and she figured out maybe about a year or so ago what I actually do for a living. Because she's always trying to ask her father, what was I doing on television all the time, and what was I talking about? But it finally occurs to her there must be something important connected with it. And I wouldn't want, if she decided 20 years from now to run for the House of Assembly, for her to meet the same terms and conditions that we find here today. Part of it has to do is because when you're in opposition, it's always convenient to break away from the consensus and say those fellows in government are trying to build things up for themselves. I'm hoping this time that we can all resist that temptation and say there's certain things which need to be done. They just need to be done. And let's get them done. One of them, I hope, is the building. Another is support for your work. For example, many people think of Mycal as a constituency which has got, 5 islands? Right now you get an allowance of $2,500, and that $2,500 is supposed to be for a constituency headquarters. The problem is that if you've got 5 islands, you've got 5 different places that you've got to have offices that people can come to and expect to get support. This is not, I use Mycal as an example, but it's not only Mycal. You have the member Parliament for Cat Isle, Rumkey, and Salvador. East Grand Bahama's got East Grand Bahama, which is itself remote from Freeport, which is part of the constituency, but also you've got Sweetings Key, I think it's Waterkey, that you have to get to. Andros is in fact an archipelago by itself. So you've got North Andros and you've got the Berry Islands. And then if you have South and Central Andros, you've got Mangrove Key. You've got that portion where Bering Point and Central Andros sit. And you've got South Andros itself. Eleuthera. North Eleuthera has multiple islands. West End and Bimini. So this problem exists. What do we do to support the work? Well, Abaco is an archipelago itself. So a lot of things. And the thing is, the population complains that there's a lack of support for them because these things don't exist. But when the officials try to resolve it, then they jump all over you saying that, you're wasting money or spending too much money. So let's hope we can get past that debate and agree that that's what we need to do. I think that members of Parliament who have to travel to these places, many of when I was in the other place, the way things worked is if you had to travel from member Parliament for North Eleuthera's case, South Eleuthera's case, you had to travel from Eleuthera or Spanish Wells to Nassau, and he had to pay for it up front and then get your money back afterwards. And everyone knows the way our systems work what that actually means. So in fact, you're carrying a credit for the government sometimes for as long as a year before you can actually get your money back. Lyndon Pindling, when he set the salaries with his colleagues in the first time he came to office, said that the reason why we had switched to professional members of Parliament was so to make it possible, he said, for men and women of modest means to be able to run for office. That should still be the axiom upon which we build what we do, to make it possible so that you do not have to be wealthy in order to run for Parliament, so that you can attract the best talent. But once that talent gets here, its work is properly supported by the state to carry out its functions. So that's the issue here. What's also been a little strange is every time parliamentarians want to carry out their work, they have to go to the executive to get permission to do it. That's a little anomalous, since those of us who went to law school, and I guess you're taught this in social science classes, there are three branches of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. And they all have separate functions. And so the House and the Senate ought to have the ability to manage its own affairs. There's a draft bill which is circulated, I think, during the last administration. We want the committee to take a look at that and see whether or not that's the direction we want to head in. So this is part of the deepening of democracy. The building, if it comes, should be a signature building, which represents this generation and its contribution to the building up of the common life of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And in doing so, it should be built by young Bahamians. Left to me, everyone who's a tradesman in that should be under 30 years of age and say, this is the building. They can tell their children and grandchildren, you built the Parliament, which represents us at year 50 plus as an independent nation. And we also know that these infrastructural projects have knock-on effects throughout the economy, that it will generate activity and jobs and a sense of national pride. So those are some of the ambitions we have. Members of Parliament, senators have to do public disclosure. It's a scramble. I can tell those of you who are new members, it's a scramble to try and meet the deadline of the 1st of March to get this done. This should be a function which is supported by the House. In my view, the House should provide an accountant to help get that done for you. So there should be no excuse about not meeting the deadline of the 1st of March. I think all of that is possible. I gave, when I was talking to our internal caucus, the story of the late Sir Gerald Cash, who was Governor General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for 10 or 11 years. And he retires from office. And I'm on an errand one day in the Treasury, which used to be over there in the old Adley building. And I walk into the building, and there's Sir Gerald Cash standing on the line. So I asked him, what are you doing here? And he said, I have to come here because I have to verify who I am in order to get his pension. And I thought, well, this is a little strange, because you'd think everybody knows who he is. But again, it has to do with something which is intangible, the dignity of the office. Former Governor General ought to be treated in a particular way, and I think former members of Parliament ought to be treated in a particular way. So we have a contributory pension. People, again, complain about this pension, but it's our money, actually. It's being deducted, and after a certain time, if you serve less than a certain time, you get all the money back. If not, you can get a combination of a gratuity and a monthly pension. But once you leave office, how do you access it? There's no office of support to run you through all of these things. And I think that, again, being in the office, it ought to mean something. A parliamentary draftsman. We rely on the services of the executive to advise the Parliament on the laws and the drafting. Most other parliaments have a lawyer or lawyers who are assigned to the Parliament who assist in doing that, assist the committee in its work, committees in their work, and assist in drafting or amending legislation once it's drafted by the executive to come here, so that ministers or members of Parliament are not drafting legislation on their feet. I think that the last report also recommended that, and this was something that Arthur Hanna used to say all the time, that members of Parliament and senators, even though members of Parliament are tied to a particular constituency, they're in fact national politicians. So they ought to have the ability to go across the country to see what is happening across the country. We've gone some way with this because now the whips of the parties get support, which didn't happen before. So there's a long way to go on this, and I hope that there's an active discussion going on. I know one of the things that irritates one of your members who spoke to me about this is the procedure for members of Parliament going through and senators going through the airports, where essentially you're treated as a security risk because you don't carry a particular type passport. And we have to figure out why that is, because when we left office, that was not the case. It changed when we were out of office. The Minister of Tourism, the Minister of Social Services was just telling me that as he was going through the airport the other day, he's a minister of the government, they told him, sorry, if you don't have the passport in your hand, you got to get searched going through the metal detectors. And no problem. That's just the time of day, time it is. But my whole point is that youngsters who are coming up in this country ought to know that when you reach a particular office, it must mean something. It should mean something. It's intangible. I know people will be picking all over this now, but I hope we have the fortitude to move for this standing committee and consider all of these things so that the next generation of parliamentarians don't have to face this, and that we don't end up in this debate picnicking off one another for political advantages, but rather do something which is statecraft. The late Michael Manley used to call it, used to say, it's impatient of debate. And I know we all say it to one another in the margins, but let's see if we can get this done and get it done with dispatch. So that's essentially the idea. I thank my colleagues in the government for supporting, bringing it to this point. It's not an easy political decision to take, but it's the right thing, I think, to do. And if we are successful, and I say if, I think we will have made a great contribution to statecraft and to a better democracy, a better functioning democracy, and moving our country forward. So that's essentially where we are. I'm hoping that there is a 4-3 split with the Speaker at the chair, and that we can move forward as quickly as possible to move on all of these matters. So if I get a seconder, I thank you all for your attention, and God bless you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of the Pinewood Constituency. And this motion brought by Minister the Honourable Member for Fox Hill. Madam Speaker, I just want to do a little house cleaning before I make my contribution. Madam Speaker, I would like to send condolences to the following families who have lost their loved ones in Pinewood. Ms. Miriam Wiley of Pigeon Plum Street, Ms. Regina Williams of Sequoia, Ms. Ginger Gardner, Mr. Basil Thompson of Breadfruit, Ms. Mildred Roll, Mr. Albert Ramming of Pinewood Drive, Nurse Violet Miller, Miss Adeline Virgil of Jacaranda, who son and grandkids were my neighbors in Golden Gates. And finally, Miss Claudette Capron of Sugar Apple Street, who I would have known as a board director on the gaming board, whose life was tragically cut short. May their souls rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I too would like to commend the honourable member for Angliston and the government for the reopening of schools. I did a school visit at the Cleveland East School on Monday, and I had the pleasure of seeing those children so excited to be at school again. And the ubiquitous question that I asked each class was, are you happy to be here? And they were all a resounding yes. Madam Speaker, myself along with the honourable member from Marco City, both FC McPherson Sharks and AF Adley Tigers, we know the public school system very well. We know the challenges that it possesses, and that any time that is missed from school is time that we cannot get back. What was amazing was seeing those kids in grade 1 at Cleveland East, whose introduction to their first year at school started in mid-January. I hope and I pray that those kids do not suffer academically, and in time that they catch up. Madam Speaker, lastly, I'd like to mention the constituency meeting for Pinewood will be held at Cleveland East on Monday, January 31st at 7 p.m. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for challenge. We know there was a pressing issue in Pinewood at Pinewood Drive, and I can tell you of the favourable reports I've been getting for having that road paved after many, many years. Madam Speaker, with regards to Pinewood, me and the Minister have also discussed that pressing issue, and the public will be made aware soon how we would put that baby to rest, and hopefully that will be a thing of the past with regards to the flooding situation. Now to the matter at hand, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution in this debate, and in so doing to second the motion proposed by the Minister with responsibility for parliamentary affairs, the honourable member for Fox Hill. Madam Speaker, every system of government has the same three basic functions: legislative, executive, and judicial. At the outset, let's be clear on some definition of terms, Madam Speaker. People usually refer to the cabinet and the wider executive branch as the government. But, Madam Speaker, while that is not entirely false, it usually creates confusion in discussing government structure. The executive makes up only 1/3 of the government. There are two other additional and co-equal branches. These three make up the government as a whole. Now, Madam Speaker, I won't go into the various types of government that exist. I will focus my remarks on the type of government operating in the Bahamas and how this motion seeks to bring greater clarity to it. Madam Speaker, the Bahamas is a democracy. Like every other democracy, our government is legislative, executive, and judicial. In the interest of democracy, functions of each of these three branches are couched in exclusivity. There can be no overlapping, Madam Speaker, not if our democracy is going to function properly. In other words, Madam Speaker, One cannot lay claim to be practicing democracy unless these three functions are being performed by three different branches of the government, hence the term separation of powers. The purpose of this motion that is before the House today is not to break new ground, Madam Speaker. The purpose of this motion is rather to right a wrong. What we're attempting to do is to put our democracy on a surer footing so that the way forward will be clear, so that those who follow us will be able to see where we are going. Madam Speaker, it is obvious that many Bahamians have not fully grasped the ideological concept of the separation of powers. This is demonstrated not only in the utterances of the man on the street, but some in academic circles. It is also demonstrated with the clenched fist reluctance over the last 4 years that saw the Parliament descend to perhaps its lowest level. Madam Speaker, the concept is designed to ensure accountability and transparency. The idea is for the two of three branches of government to always act as a restraint to the third branch. I became a full-fledged member of the Parliament on October 6, 2021, after taking the oath of allegiance and qualifications, Madam Speaker. It did not take long to realize that the present administrative structure of our Parliament is woefully inadequate. Simple and mundane things that every member of Parliament would logically assume the Parliament would be able to do for itself, and for them, as it turned out, the Parliament is unable to do so. Madam Speaker, you cannot be happy having to get a cabinet approval for minor matters provided for in your budget. Can any true believer in democratic principles be satisfied with this arrangement? Absolutely not, Madam Speaker. Surely cabinet ministers should not be assembled to form conclusions on mandatory and mundane things affecting the Parliament. Madam Speaker, the Constitution says there shall be a cabinet and that shall be collectively responsible to the Parliament. Those are not empty words, Madam Speaker. They have meaning. It is clear then that from the spirit, letter, and intent of the Constitution, Parliament has a supervisory function in the relationship with the executive. This is why the budget of every government ministry and department has to be approved by the Parliament before it can be implemented. With the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure prepared each year, Madam Speaker, what is laid out is a strict detail in how every penny is proposed to be spent. There are also strict protocols and underlying layers of protection involving the Financial Secretary and the Treasury governing any proposed changes in expenditure. That being the case, Madam Speaker, along with the fact it is that the Parliament that approves the budget proposed by the executive branch. Why is it necessary for the Cabinet to manage the budget of the Parliament? Madam Speaker, when you understand the way our democracy is designed to function, the idea of the Cabinet Office managing the budget of the Parliament is repugnant to that ideal. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it is counterintuitive. It makes no sense and simply unacceptable in the modern Bahamas. How can Parliament supervise the executive budget performance if it cannot manage its own budget? Madam Speaker, the Bahamas has the fourth oldest parliament in the British Commonwealth. The Bahamas Parliament will be 293 years old on the 29th of September this year. However, the Cabinet is only 58 years old. A toddler by comparison. Something is wrong with the present arrangement. This arrangement is anomalous and should not be allowed to stand. The House needs to agree to this resolution so the proposed committee can be appointed and get to work on rectifying this problem. If indeed, as I am reliably informed, this Parliament had full control of its budget as recent as 1985-1986. This means that the administrative control of the Parliament was subsumed by the Cabinet Office around that same time. What led to this action by the Cabinet is immaterial, Madam Speaker. What was the wrong move, and we need to fix it. Madam Speaker, it is troubling and disconcerting to know that we actually made such a decision. Another concern for me, Madam Speaker, is where we stand in comparison to other parliaments in our region. How did we allow our legislative branch to fall so far behind its counterparts in the region, Madam Speaker? I do not find one example of another jurisdiction that practiced such a distortion of the Westminster system. I'm astounded at how far behind our neighbors to the south we are, especially those who are so much younger than we are. For example, Madam Speaker, the Turks and Caicos Islands, who have had several parliaments over the course of its history. Up until 1848, the Turks and Caicos Islands was a part of the Bahamas with a shared parliament. The present parliament of the Turks and Caicos, however, commenced in 1975, Madam Speaker, a mere 47 years ago. But the Parliament of the Turks and Caicos Islands is far more autonomous than the Parliament of the Bahamas. The same thing can be said about the Parliament in the Cayman Islands. These are small states with very small populations when compared to the Bahamas. Both of these parliaments are unicameral, Madam Speaker, not as sophisticated as our bicameral legislative system. But you know what is interesting, Madam Speaker? They are both dependent British overseas territories. Could this possibly be the reason for their advancement and our decline? The chief administrator in both the Turks and Caicos Islands and Cayman Islands is a British governor. Could it be that is why they are more in tune with the Westminster system than we are? Could it be that is why the doctrine of separation of powers is more advanced in both Turks and Caicos and in Cayman? We have been at this far too long for the Parliament of the Bahamas to be functioning as a department of the Cabinet Office. This is simply wrong. It's counterintuitive. It makes no sense and it doesn't work. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be a member of this administration. It is progressive and it has foresight. The Progressive Liberal Party has always been about building this country. There has been a legacy since it came to power in 1967. We have been the builder of our national institutions. But there's much work to do, Madam Speaker. This edifice has been here since 1815, Madam Speaker. The institution has outgrown its home. The Parliament is presently housed in 4 separate buildings. This is certainly not what our forefathers envisioned, Madam Speaker. We sometimes go off course by dwelling on the wrong things. We must maintain our focus and make educated decisions. I have seen what people do when they yield to the temptation of dwelling on the wrong things. In this case, Madam Speaker, we have to focus on developing our parliamentary institution. We have to appreciate the necessity of building for future generations. If we maintain the present structure, our democracy will be anemic at best. But if power somehow falls in the wrong hands, we can end up with something grotesque. What played out in this institution over the past 4 years was embarrassing, Madam Speaker. The Parliament of the Bahamas is no longer a local theater, Madam Speaker. We are on the world stage. Everyone is watching. We have to demonstrate our commitment to all of the democratic ideals. The separation of power is at the very heart of those ideals. We can no longer fight it. It is an idea whose time has come. Madam Speaker, there are impediments to independence. There always were and they always will be. And the impediments are always the same. That's human nature, Madam Speaker. They're the same impediments are national independence as there are to independence of the Parliament. Impediments usually come in three forms in the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. Cultural, political. Then there are the impediments born out of personal prejudice. Madam Speaker, the cultural impediments stem from the reluctance to change from what is familiar. People become comfortable in doing certain things a certain way, even when change is the only thing that makes sense, even when change is the moral imperative, even if change is required by the law, the Constitution, our everyday experiences. Madam Speaker, the culture is a learned behavior. We learn new skills all the time. This is life. Life requires change, and those who get stuck in a system that no longer works gets left behind. By 1973, Madam Speaker, independence for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas was an idea whose time had come. There were those who were so reluctant to the old cultural arrangement that they would propose succession for the second largest island of the Bahamas. Similar sentiments were espoused by elements within the country for the third largest island also. It was a foolish idea, and thankfully, it was held only by a very small element. But you know, Madam Speaker, it would not surprise me if we can find a small element in the Parliament burdened with the same reluctance, the same cultural impediments. But our Constitution frames the Commonwealth of the Bahamas into three branches with territorial exclusivity. We need to draw the lines that need to be drawn, Madam Speaker. We need to codify in law to prevent its reversal. There are political impediments. In spite of the obvious need to respect the separation of power, we are reluctant to give up control over things we have control over, even when we know we should not have control over it. Our administration may exercise the necessary restraint that make the separation of powers appear unnecessary. Persons in key position and lacking in knowledge and understanding through no fault of their own ended the presiding officer in the institution, as was demonstrated over the last 4 years. It was, more likely than not, a zeal to carry out what may have been politically expedient directives of the government that led to what we can only describe as a total breakdown in what was supposed to be a beautiful relationship between the executive and the legislative. Madam Speaker, we all know the old adage, circumstances alter cases. And the arrangement was so badly altered between 2017 and 2021 that the Bahamian people decided it was time to alter their 2017 national arrangement and ushered in a new administration in 2021. We need to ensure that the separation of powers as envisioned by the Constitution is codified in law so as to prevent such a breakdown in the future, Madam Speaker, not only for the Parliament, but also for the Judiciary. Madam Speaker, in a democracy, power is meant to be shared. State power is not to be hoarded by any of the three branches. There is only one way to protect the state against this malicious temptation. The limitation of each of the three branches must be codified in law. Madam Speaker, our personal and transitory prejudices are also impediments to the granting of true independence. We have to guard against personalizing our institutions. The head of any institution is a person, but the institution is not a person. People come, people go. but the institution stands first. There is a certain level of respect that has to be accorded to our national institutions. Each of the three separate branches of the government has a visible head. You, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, and the Chief Justice. In that order, Madam Speaker. Parliament is the first arm of the government, Madam Speaker. That is a logical arrangement. The Prime Minister has to be a member of Parliament first, and the Chief Justice is the choice of the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, the time is past due to fix this anonymous arrangement. The first step is correcting the problem to wrest administrative control of the Parliament from the Cabinet Office and put it back in the Parliament where it belongs. Then we can move towards fixing some of the other issues that exist with the separation of powers that are adversely affecting our democracy. We must do it for posterity, Madam Speaker. This issue played out full glare in public order under the last administration, with the Speaker taking center stage in a fight against the executive. We see this as a simple and straightforward matter that need no discussion or debate. From all accounts, it appears that the administration of the Parliament shrunk sometime in the mid-80s, 1980s. While I won't claim to know the issues surrounding the move, it is clear that the time has come to advance the parliamentary institution to its rightful, eminent place as envisioned by the Constitution. Indeed, under the prior Progressive Liberal Party administration, steps had been taken to advance the institution. These steps should have been further developed. Unfortunately, they were abandoned, Madam Speaker, according to the former Speaker, with tragic consequences. Madam Speaker, we have to make a clear and definitive step towards the complete independence of the three distinct branches of the government. While understanding minds and level head brought calmness to the operation of this broken structure in the past, there is no guarantee that this will remain the case in the future. We saw what happened under the last administration when the balance was just a little bit off. So, Madam Speaker, we cannot allow the present structure to remain. We have to ensure the correct, unambiguous legal parameters are set so as to allow each branch of government the power and freedom to carry out its constitutional function. Madam Speaker, this administration has been in office for a very short time, and it is obvious that the independent parliamentary administration would be better equipped to administer the affairs of the legislative branch. That administration must be free from executive interference. Simple matters affecting the institution cannot be performed with any level of precision by any other branch of the government. Members of Parliament who are not members of the Cabinet have expressed acute level of frustration at the bottleneck they experience in trying to get simple things done. And some of these things are mandatory. Madam Speaker, the Progressive Liberal Party has a legacy to protect. We are nation builders. We are the architects of all of the most important national institutions. This Parliament now needs our attention. The arguments that were advanced by the last Speaker of the last Speaker and Parliament, several articles that appeared in one of our local dailies left no doubt that this is the right way to go. And because the proposition was so eloquently advanced, should have signaled to the powers then and existent that this idea whose time had come. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be a part of this administration with its focus and dedication to good governance. We fully understand that good governance cannot be attained unless we put in place the instruments to affect good governance. So We have moved this motion today to take the first step in advancing this most important piece of all government institutions. Madam Speaker, a bill for the independence of the Parliament was drafted during the last session. A bill for the independence of the Judiciary was tabled in the last session. Both the Speaker and Chief Justice were clamoring for what the Constitution envisioned: the exclusive independence of each of the three branches of government is the logical step, Madam Speaker. This initiative has my full support. When we have celebrated our independence on July 10, 1973, we decided as a country on the Westminster model. We still cling to it. So let's continue to pursue best practices as it pertains to it. Madam Speaker, some of the points raised by the Honourable Member for Fox Hill, I would like to further agree with him, Madam Speaker. There will be that temptation for others to bring money into the equation. We cannot have a country, and I will quote the former Prime Minister, Hubert Ingram. He said, a country is known by its institutions. We cannot be in a 200-year-old building where we cannot have all of our members sitting at the same time because of a pandemic. We have to now choose members of the press who will come and listen to these debates. We have 4 different buildings for the Parliament. The House meets here, we have the Senate, we have the Hansard, and we have your offices, Madam Speaker. Clearly in 2022, we have to do better than that, Madam Speaker. I look forward to the day, Madam Speaker, when you will be respected as the head of the legislative branch, the first in the branches of our government. As I said earlier, there cannot be a Prime Minister if he's not in the House of Assembly. The Speaker of the House should be afforded the same respect as the Prime Minister, the head of the Executive, and the Chief Justice, the head of Judiciary. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Resolved that the House creates a standing committee called the Management and Budget Committee, chaired by the Speaker, with the remit to assist and support the management of the offices of the House and to sit jointly with the Senate Committee with the same remit. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Give me 1 minute. Thank you.
As many.
Thank you very
The
much.
Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. First, I'd like to thank God for another opportunity to represent the residents of Marco City and to, as often as I can, express my gratitude for their confidence in me. Mr. Deputy, we are here today against the backdrop of a tremendous amount of grief that a number of Bahamians are facing. And while this is not new, I would like to pause to single out a few families who are going through an extremely difficult time at this moment. The member for Long Island expressed such deep concern with the Parliamentary caucus, posting very heart-wrenching information, expressing the grief of residents of Long Island as they lost 3 sons. As I mentioned, throughout the country, Bahamians have been grieving over the loss of family and friends, traffic accidents, and other difficult circumstances that have claimed the lives of their loved ones. And so I say to the families in Long Island, as I extend condolences to families throughout the Bahamas that have lost relatives to traffic accidents, how deeply saddened we are by your loss, and to let you know that we are praying for you and standing with you in this difficult time. The Roxbury and Constantakis family, you are in our prayers. We have had also, Mr. Deputy, a number of Bahamians who have lost their lives tragically to senseless violence, inclusive of a number of Bahamian women who have lost their lives. I would only say at this time, Madam Speaker, that it is so, Mr. Deputy, that it's so important for us as a people to instill in our children the value of us turning to each other instead of on each other. And for us as members of Parliament to continue to hold meetings with residents, to assist with conflict resolution, to assist with community watch programs, violence breaker initiatives. I know many of us in here have paid for multiple women and children who are having domestic challenges to stay in hotels temporarily and to introduce them to whether it is social services or faith-based organizations so that they can have a more permanently and secure location where they can live free of the threat of violence or actual violence. We clearly have a long way to go, but my heart goes out and my prayers go out to all of those families who've lost loved ones to violence in general, but especially for our Bahamian women who continue to be under assault, sometimes even at the hands of those that claim to love them. I extend condolences to Gary, Deetra, Aldred, on the loss of Irma Williams, the meritorious council member of the Free National Movement who served with distinction in the Women's Association, in Holy Cross, in Seabreeze. She served this parliament as an entrepreneur, an amazing cook who has produced amazing chefs, an outspoken Bahamian who speaks her mind, which is very refreshing given the fact that we are in this political arena where you often have to triple check the initial statement presented to your face as to whether or not it truly represents the view of the person who you're speaking to. When Irma spoke to you, you knew she spoke her heart. Whether it was good, bad, or indifferent, she made it known. And she mentored many young persons, especially in the torchbearers. And we want to say how much we miss her. Irma, we love you. And we pray that God will continue to give your family peace in these difficult times. The member for Fox Hill and the member for Pinewood raised a number of important matters with Senator Maxine Seymour and myself, and as we were joined by the staff of the House of Assembly, to talk about a report that was prepared 2 administrations ago that had as a part of its objective the creation of a new parliament, the separation of powers, and to look at a general package that improved the functioning of members of parliament, senators, and other persons intimately involved in the business of the legislature. We have agreed in principle for the establishment of a committee that will look into these matters, and we wish to make it absolutely clear to all of our caucus, all of the team members, our intention to have ongoing discussions with you, to glean your views on the matters raised. And so I reserve some of the comments relative to further discussion, but to make it absolutely clear that we share the view that we ought to work in a bipartisan way to address a number of issues that the public cannot understand why we have not been able to solve under successive administrations, in some cases for decades. That at some point we have to just get on with the business, solve these issues to move on to so many more urgent matters. None of those matters are more important right now as it relates to this Parliament than ensuring that the executive and the legislature are not only known to be different with separate functions, though complementary, but it is actually seen to be so. It is important that the legislature be in charge of its own financing. There's no reason, as my classmate, the member for Pinewood would say, for the Parliament to be seen, the legislature to be seen as a department of the cabinet. Obviously, I don't share your view that the last 4 years is the correct pretext for making this case. But I take your point. The reality is, just to pause on that point, and for the sake of full transparency, it was not a controversial issue for me for a speaker to take issue with the accommodations that they had. That's a non-controversial issue. It was a legitimate concern for certainly no prime minister and no head of the judiciary are likely to subsist in similar circumstances. And that, again, transcended both administrations. It straddled both administrations. And so for me, it's not a controversial issue. It is a problem that needed and still need to be fixed. And I'm glad we're one step closer to fixing it. And so I believe that if we can continue to adopt a posture that we, in a meaningful way, cooperate with each other, we could improve the country. There will always be time for the political banter and to compete in the marketplace of ideas for the hearts and souls of Bahamians and who will continue to lead. But there are some matters we should cooperate on. One of those, we've agreed in principle to discuss further with a view of coming to this place in some meaningful way to address the commercial banks and the way in which they continue to fleece the Bahamian population and to deal with us in an unfair manner, and how policymakers have aided and abetted the disadvantaged position that Bahamians are in by our apparent reluctance to empower Bahamians by granting more Bahamians banking licenses. Again, a broader issue to be unpacked at another time, but it is our hope that we are able to advance those discussions so that Bahamians who are not only inconvenienced, but are getting less services while paying more money, are angry and disappointed that we have not yet solved this issue. And so I say to residents of not just Marco City, but nationally, we have agreed in principle to look at this matter to see how both sides can come together and address this issue. As was alluded to by the member for Fox Hill, the experience of a number of Bahamians going through the international airport is a terrible one. It is often demeaning for many Bahamians. And Bahamians who have done nothing wrong. There's no ethical or legal issues that they are embroiled in, no antecedents or anything that registered in any computer a border control agent would look into. And yet many of them continue to miss flights because someone has determined to look much closer than the circumstances warrants. It is an unpleasant situation, and while many of us no longer encounter that kind of treatment, we are here to represent Bahamians who, in fact, experience that treatment, and that is yet another matter that a bipartisan approach is required to say to our neighbors how much we appreciate the partnership with them. However, we expect that there will be mutual respect extended to us. And so I want to congratulate the clerk, David Forbes, the former speaker, the former deputy speaker, Dawn Sanders. And I know they spent a tremendous amount of time looking at best practices throughout the region to come up with recommendations on how the parliament could be improved and how other governments have solved this issue in terms of the separation of powers. And so to the whole entire staff and the team of this parliament, I want to say how proud we are of the work that you've done that allows us as policymakers to come in here and take credit for a lot of the work that you have done, and that's both administrations. I also would like to identify with the remarks made with respect to us constructing a new parliament. I said under our previous administration, and since I've been in this term, how disappointed I am that we continue to meet in the parliament and not all of the members can be present. And of course, we talk about health and safety concerns, and yet we certainly don't have the adequate social distancing. And if I was paying close attention who's vaccinated and unvaccinated, I would then emphasize that point, but I wouldn't do that at this time. But I am, but again, it is important, I believe, for us to fix our institutions. And some will argue that this is not the time to have such a discussion. It is precisely the right time for us to have a discussion about the kind of institution we wish to build. And we will have an opportunity later when it comes to actual legislation to look at what this facility can then be used for. But clearly, a number of policymakers and others, particularly those persons who have worked in the parliament, have had wonderful ideas about ensuring that this become a revenue generator through heritage tourism, etc. So there are multiple ways for this entire complex to pay for its renovations, refurbishment, to maintain its historical charm and integrity, but at the same time construct a new parliamentary complex in a different location. And so I believe that the establishment of this committee is extremely important at this time. Governments ought to be able to work on multiple tracks simultaneously, so this is but one of those tracks that we can work on as a parliament. Mr. Deputy, as I take my seat, I only wish to just mention a couple of things. In the spirit of bipartisanship and consistent with what is outlined in the rules of procedure of the Honorable House of Assembly, I listened with great interest the communication that was given with respect to the Andre Rogers Stadium, and I am excited that the Minister of Works and your administration will move ahead so that we can, in the not too distant future, have games, baseball games played by Bahamians as well as international players, whether at the collegiate level or pro level. And I think that's really a step in the right direction and a sense of urgency that you have expressed. I applaud. I know the minister, know him personally, and when he talks about his commitment to the development of sports, I'm absolutely convinced that he will dedicate himself to do so and would seek to attract talent to assist him in that regard. Sorry? Yes, sir. What I was a bit concerned about, and I'm certain that the minister omitted those items in his communication because of time constraints, and so I just wanted to mention a few of those things that he intended to get to. One of them was. And again, the member for Fort Charlotte, there was an unintended impression given that in 4.5 years, not a single thing happened at the Andre Rogers Stadium, which is clearly not the case. I would have loved for it to have been completed, and so there's no excuse there, no problems. But the stadium was paused prior to 2017 election. Let's be absolutely clear about that. And Russ had started to set in. Russ had started to set in on the steel that was on the ground as well. And certainly the construction company was poised and ready to go. But obviously, the system turns. The wheels of the system turned by grease, and there was no grease coming from the government prior 2017 in terms of making sure the project was moving, and so that is a part of the reason for the delay. The second thing that was important that I thought was omitted was some of the complications. Obviously, the minister started down that train. I think it was bullet point 1, but there had to be some changes in the design of the plan. But had he had more time, he would have mentioned items 2, 3, and 4. So, for example, 2 would say that there were some fundamental things missing, like telecommunications infrastructure. There were some infrastructural things that were not in place. And again, the designs had to take into consideration those things, which also elevated the cost. The third thing is there was stakeholder consultation with the sporting federations, those that were involved in baseball, and there was, as there is now, an active discussion on whether a smaller stadium, in fact, having 3 of them, multiple stadiums, Member of Parliament for Garden Hills, multiple stadiums, again, would have been more advantageous. So that was that question that was being raised. And so the cost-benefit analysis, I remember, was being weighed at that time. In terms of sports in paradise, I think it holds huge potential for being transformative in terms of putting heads in beds, increasing the brand recognition of the Bahamas, etc. So certainly the government would have our support in that regard. But again, a part of the problem with the stadium, according to the same technical teams that you are talking to, who we have spoken to, was that the way the stadium was laid out, that it posed a problem for major league teams because of sun being, depending on the time that you played the games, that the way in the orientation of the stadium, that it was going to be problematic for their players depending on when it was played. Again, we talk to the same technical team. And so that's an important thing when you start to decide on whether a pro team is coming. Mr. Deputy, can you protect me, please?
Honorable members.
So the orientation of the stadium, Mr. Deputy, makes a difference in terms of which teams would be minded to come. And so the professional teams also had some concerns about size of a number of things. You remember we said about, even schools, one size doesn't fit all. The size matters in a number of contexts. One of which was, for example, are the dressing rooms adequately sized for example, right? And so it is important. Stay in the spirit, please. Stay in the spirit. Please stay focused. And so I just wanted to say it's important that we elucidate all of those issues. And of course, the former member of parliament for Carmichael, again, reported to this House, but more importantly, he brought to Cabinet a number of papers that address this particular issue that drive by, it's clear that the project was ongoing and that persons who were owed funds, we needed to remedy their payments in order for them to continue. And so I'm just saying, we support what you're doing, member for Fort Charlotte and the member for Garden Hills. We believe it will pay dividends in the long run. We support you. We support our athletes. We believe that sports has multiple benefits, one of which is producing the professionals that you mentioned. Another is to build camaraderie in our communities. It is also to instill discipline and character development, but also it creates a number of occupations which are important for us, as well as it provides probably more education than the Ministry of Education itself. And so we are with you in that regard. And so to stay in the spirit of bipartisanship, please attribute to us some effort that was made and success that we achieved in the course of making your point. And so with those few words, I'd like to say that we support the establishment of this committee, and we will ensure that there will be tremendous stakeholder consultation. And at the end of the day, we'll move ahead with the separation of powers. In particular, that is a crucial issue for all of us, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Marco City. As many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. First and foremost, I send my best regards to the great people of the Gates, Golden Gates, of whom I am privileged to represent and whom I remain grateful. I want to congratulate my colleagues, the Minister and Minister of State, members, honorable members for Angliston and Yamacraw, for the Ministries of Education, Technology, and Vocational Training on a very successful school reopening. I'm happy to report that the Sybil Strawn Primary located in Golden Gates returned to school in a safe and orderly way. And I had the good pleasure, Mr. Deputy, of being with them for the past 2 mornings. And today, as a show of appreciation to the teachers, I treated the administrators, the teachers, the custodial staff to a hot and hearty lunch. And everyone is happy, including our parents, to have our children back in school. Especially the parents. But the children were very pleased. Mr. Deputy, I am pleased to stand here today to make my contribution in support of this New Day initiative, a resolution which seeks to fix a myriad of issues that have been noted within the legislative branch as we move toward greater parliamentary independence. This resolution seeks to align the operations of this Parliament with the intent set out in the supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution. It's just the first step, Mr. Deputy. And while it may not be a hot-button issue or one that may draw intense interest in the media or public spheres, as members of this legislature, we understand our duty to address any issues that are creating friction between the powers of government and the need to preserve the separation of powers as laid out in our Constitution. Mr. Deputy, our Constitution is the supreme law of the land. There's nothing above it and no one above it. And if we seek to change a single word contained within the supreme law, there's a clear process of amendment outlined in the parliamentary powers granted within the Constitution. In the absence
of such processes or intent by this Parliament to make such alterations, it is our duty to uphold the law. This means that no matter how inconvenient it may be, or how we may have come to do things differently as a matter of habit, we must continue to hold the procedures set out in the Constitution as supreme. After all, if we don't uphold the law, then who will? Mr. Deputy, there's a logic to the way the Constitution lays out the government of this country. And when you look at the way it's constructed, you can tell where each part falls in the order of precedence. And as intended by the founding fathers of our nation, we can see three very different and distinct functions emerging that should always be careful of allowing to intersect or allowing one to greatly impact the work of the other. The separation of powers is a cornerstone of good governance. It is what protects society from the whims of the powerful and ensures that the rule of law and justice prevail within our country. It is a delicate balance that must be preserved at all costs. Mr. Deputy, your immediate predecessors often referred to the present structural arrangement as, and I quote, an adulterous relationship between the executive and the Parliament. Now, I wouldn't call it an adulterous relationship. I would call it an unhealthy relationship, since one of the parties to the relationship is non-consenting. Parliament would not and should not agree to have any of its functions subsumed by the executive branch. It's difficult to quantify exactly the fallout from the public squabble between the Parliament and the executive over the past 4 years, but we all are familiar with it. The prior administration had many of its most memorable and theatrical moments emerge thanks to the friction created by this arrangement. But those raising the complaints about the arrangement were not wrong. It is inappropriate to have the Cabinet Office manage the affairs of the Parliament. The executive should remain hands-off when it comes to the legislature. With so many government ministries, departments, and corporations that fall within the remit of the civil service, just managing the affairs of the executive branch is quite a handful. There's so much going on in each ministry and department. There's no need to add the legislature to that list. There's no need to pile on the administration of this Parliament to the Cabinet Office. No, Mr. Deputy, let us take the logical and obvious steps. It's time for the Parliament to wrest its administrative affairs from the control of the executive branch. Mr. Deputy, as the Honourable Member for Pinewood would have mentioned, the Parliament is the first arm of the government. We, the Parliament, have a supervisory role to play in our relationship with the executive branch of the government. The only way the Parliament can perform that role effectively is if it can act with exclusivity. That is to say, as an independent branch of the government. Mr. Deputy, I say these words in my capacity as a member of the legislature due to my respect for the Constitution and the separation of powers. I say these words while also being a member of the executive as a cabinet minister. As one who sits in both seats, I understand the need to keep both separate. As the Minister of State with responsibility for the public service, I accept fully the responsibilities and limitations of being in that role, just as I do the specific responsibilities and limitations of my role as a member of Parliament. Within my ministry, for example, there's a Department of Training for the Public Service. And a quick read through our documentation would reveal that there's nothing in our training regimen to assist the Parliament with the development of its staff. So why would it be there? We understand that training opportunities are definitely needed, but it's not our place to get in the business of Parliament. Mr. Deputy, after passing this resolution today, we will begin taking investigative steps towards solving the matter of the proper administration of Parliament's affairs. That process will merely scratch the surface of an issue that runs far deeper. There are many layers to the issues facing the Parliament of the Bahamas. These would have to be peeled back so that we can deal with all of them. And that is what this initial investigative process is for. As the Honourable Member for Fox Hill reflected on former Governor General Sir Gerald Cash, what came to mind for me is the matter of continued health insurance for retired members, and it is a matter of critical concern. After years of service to the nation in the highest offices, some maintenance of dignity should be expected. In many current circumstances of members retired, it has become a challenge. If this resolution succeeds, and I believe that it will, when the committee is appointed, it will have a huge task on its hands as it gets to the root of these pre-existing issues. There are very important matters relating to the institution as a whole and at many levels that have been maintained. We noticed it immediately upon coming to office, Mr. Deputy. Ensuring that we are true to the Constitution is a top priority for this administration. Our Prime Minister is a most respected man of the law. He understands fully the rhyme and reason behind major bodies of government operating in the way that they do. We are all committed to this process and will ensure that it is done. Many of these matters have not been addressed for decades, Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy. Many years have been spent working in a less than ideal situation, but it's now up to us to set it right. We have many priorities, and like I said earlier, this may not be the highest profile issue for the general public's perspective, but this administration is thorough. And we understand that when all parts of government are working as intended, it makes everyone's job easier. So yes, we will continue to work on delivering on our New Day agenda while ensuring that we dot our I's and cross our T's when it comes to the legal and procedural aspects of our job. Mr. Deputy, this committee, when appointed, will delve into every aspect of the affairs of this Parliament. I hope it will leave no stone unturned in its search and quest for modernization. As we all know, a better functioning Parliament yields results when it comes to the efficient processing and passage of laws, smooth running of debates, and all of the other country-changing business that is conducted here. Members of Parliament deserve an institution that is equipped to cater to our needs as legislators, as well as representatives of the Bahamian people. As members of Parliament, we need a place where we can perform the various aspects of representation. We also need resources to assist us as legislators. The public service cannot and should not do either of those things. I'm sure even the members opposite are looking forward to these changes as this Davis administration empowers this Parliament to evolve and modernize according to 21st century standards. Mr. Deputy, the power to create laws is the right of the Parliament exclusively. No other branch of the government can do that. Laws are what hold our society together. They are bulwarks against anarchy. The importance of the Parliament should never be understated. Without laws, we have no society. While touching on the topic of Parliament, I'm reminded of another matter that blew up in full public display under the last administration. The issue revolved around the rights of members of Parliament to introduce and have bills debated in the Parliament. It is clear from Article 59(1) that the Constitution gives that right to every member of Parliament with only minor restrictions. I realize that this matter can be cleared up by the Rules Committee, and it is my understanding that the Rules Committee is meeting with the intention of fixing many aspects of the rules that are not conducive to good governance. We require a comprehensive approach to remedying the ideas swirling around this institution. These things could have been addressed decades ago, Marco City, but successive parliaments have neglected to address them. I'm happy to see that this parliament, the parliament of which I am a member, will indeed tackle these long-standing issues. Mr. Deputy, there's much more I can say on this issue, but my colleagues have already made a very strong case in support of this resolution, so I won't belabor the points any further. In closing, I would like to encourage honorable members to focus on the issues at hand. This is our best opportunity to make improvements and set this institution right. We must not fail to do this. There's no logical reason why we should not seek to set this institution on the right course. There's no political mileage to be gained from the wrong posture on this issue. We must simply do what is legally and ethically right. As I stand amongst my fellow honorable members, I'm hopeful that there are none present who will allow political expediency to trump the overall good of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I look forward to the changes that this resolution will bring to Parliament. Mr. Deputy, I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, thank you very much. And Mr. Deputy, I want to say how thankful I am again to be able to stand in this honorable place and to stand on behalf of the good people of the East Grand Bahama constituency. I also want to offer my condolences also to our MCM, Irma, who we all know well, and as our leader had indicated, a straight shooter and somebody who we all grew to love and admire. And our thoughts and prayers are with her family. I also want to offer condolences to the family of Alberton Edwards, who is a very well-known patriarch in the Edwards family in Grand Bahama. And we know a number of their children, prominent members of the Grand Bahama community. He and his family, he and his wife are shining, or were shining examples of husband and wife and mothers and fathers. And I know that they have been able to share their views and share their thoughts to many of us in Grand Bahama. And so our thoughts and prayers are with the Edwards family as well. And then also the family of Roger Johnson, who also was a prominent businessman, community leader in the East Grand Bahama community as well. Mr. Deputy, it is a privilege, and I don't intend to be long because I think a lot has already been said in terms of the resolution. It is already been agreed, I believe, by our side and the government that this is a good thing. This should proceed, and we look forward to the deliberations of the committee. I just wanted to say just a few remarks as well, though. We have, I think, focused so much on the caliber of persons who become members of parliament and who become senators, that we have not paid equal attention to the surrounding or the surroundings that these persons have to work in. And while we talk about a building, while we talk about certain, and we may call them privileges, but certain things that members of parliament should be able to take advantage of, I believe the focus has to be, we should only proceed with things that will cause us to be able to do our job better. And I think that has to be our main focus. And the member for Golden Gate said that it may not be the most, the thing that grabs a lot of attention from the public and so on. And I agree, it's not one of those popular things that the public is going to talk about. But I think if we take it from the perspective that what we do or what we will do in this committee, we do to assist in making our job more effective. And if our job is about service to our constituents and service to the people, then whatever the building is that we build, it should be built with the intent that it would provide better service for our constituents. Whatever privilege or whatever, So whatever those things are that we say we want to do or provide for a member of parliament, then it should be provided in order to help us to do our job better. And so it should be something that the public should be interested in. It should be, and maybe it's up to us to be able to make that case to the public, but it should be something that the public is interested in and that the public is involved in, because they are the ones who we will serve. And so they have to be involved in that process. They should be involved in the process of telling us, listen, this is what you need, this is what the building needs to have in it in order to serve me better. These are the things that you need to have in order to serve me better. And so I think that's one of the main focuses that the committee has to have. And it's bigger than a building. And we have to make sure that the public understands that this is not about building us a new building. This is not about building a bigger parliament. But this is about providing the tools that is necessary in order for us to serve the public. One other point that I also want to emphasize and that I hope that the committee will also look at. The last 4.5 years, we've been very focused on a digital transformation of government. And, I had to learn the lesson. The digital transformation is not just about providing access to computers. It's not just about providing access to the internet. But digital transformation is about providing the technology tools to provide better service. And so if, using the examples of, and I believe the member for Fort Charlotte made mention of it, I believe the member for Vaux Hill also made mention of it, but the process that we went through in digitizing cabinet papers and the cabinet process. Well, the intent wasn't just to do away with paper, but the intent was to help cabinet ministers process cabinet papers quicker and more efficiently, which is supposed to save time and allow you to do other things than just carrying around a bunch of papers. It should allow you to be able to process your cabinet papers anywhere you may be in the world. So you don't have to wait. One of the amazing things was prime ministers on I believe it was a Thursday, would move from wherever their office was and physically go to the cabinet office, and go through cabinet papers.
We changed the cabinet office.
The cabinet
We
office.
changed the prime minister's office.
But,
We had the cabinet.
right. But
Changed in 92.
if you did it digitally, a prime minister could be anywhere in the world at any time to look at cabinet papers, approve cabinet papers, and move cabinet papers quicker. So the same concept, I believe we have to look at when it comes to the parliament. We can't just look at brick and mortar transformation, because brick and mortar transformation no longer exists. Businesses, when they want to transform and improve and become more efficient, they don't just look at the brick and mortar. They look at a digital transformation. So I looked at the example of the UK Parliament. And the UK Parliament actually have a Parliament digital service. And the Parliament digital service had a digital strategy. And they looked at all different aspects of what the Parliament does and who the Parliament serves. And how do they use technology to improve that service for the people. And I would submit that we should do the same.
To reach people. To reach the people.
To reach the people. To reach the people who you serve, but also to do the job better.
Suggested that you could debate in your house.
UK does it. the UK Parliament was able to have virtual Parliament sessions. In fact, they had a digital vote for the first time. So the parliamentarians actually could cast their vote digitally. Now, I don't know if we're ready for that quite yet, but that's the kind of digital transformation that parliaments are moving towards. And for example, we should have a website. We should have a separate website, and not just a website that gives, information, but a functional website that allows interaction. Why couldn't we have a functional website that would allow people to go on the site and put their views of different pieces of legislation, that allows them to be a part of the process? That if I want to be able to send a message to my member of parliament on a particular legislation, that I could do that through a parliament website. This form, I don't know how long we've been using this form, but this is the form I believe that a member for Fox Hill indicated that members of parliament have to fill out. So we have to use paper, print out, and then send this in order for us to be reimbursed. Now, that process I accept is outdated. But why should we actually even have to use paper? Why could we not submit this online? just by the click of a button. That's what I mean when I say functional website. Another example is all of these papers in the front here. Even the agenda, every week, the agenda is printed out and we use this paper. Now, I don't know what many people do with this paper, but for me, most of the time I read it and it's left there. Why couldn't we have where every member of parliament, as cabinet ministers do, have a government or a parliament email, an official parliament email, and that email will be able to detect whether you've read it or whether you've opened it or whether you haven't opened it. And that way you could have service of these documents. You could have service of the pieces of legislation where they are sent electronically to all of the members of parliament. We could communicate by way of digitally by way of doing that. Again, it's a way of using technology to be more efficient and to be able to serve your people better. So I support the committee. And again, I hope that the committee looks at it from the point of view of service. And we must put those tools in place that will help us to serve the public better. It's not just about building a new building. And I think that message has to be made clear to the public. Because if the public believes that all we want to do is walk through the airport in the line in the front of everybody, or if the public believes that all we want to do is build ourselves a new building, then we've lost that argument. We must ensure that the public understands that whatever it is we do to better ourselves and to make it better for the public. And the public has to be involved in that process. So when we do the committee, we should hear from the public. We should hear how they feel and how they believe we could serve them better and what are the tools that we could use to serve them better. So, Mr. Deputy, with those few remarks, that is something that I believe we on this side completely support. Just before I take my seat also, Mr. Deputy, there was an issue that came up that I did want to raise. I'm saddened that I did speak to the Minister for Health, and unfortunately he isn't here. But there was a story that came out in the paper yesterday that was sort of very, very eye-opening, and that I wanted to, and I did say to him that I was going to raise it. But the medical doctor, Dr. Bartlett, who is in charge, and I believe the member for Pinewood is also here as well. So I did raise it with both the member for Pinewood and the Minister for Health. But he is quoted, and I have a copy of the article, and he is quoted as saying that, and this is his quote, about the situation, COVID situation in Grand Bahama. We have challenges on Grand Bahama, specifically, we are really in a crisis. And in Nassau, we are in a crisis. So we need to be able to clearly understand that. There are no mincing words about that. He then goes on to speak about the amount of persons who were in hospital. He'd indicated that at one time there were about 40 persons who were in hospital in Grand Bahama. That I think we're now looking at the chart today. We're down, I think, to 32 in hospital. But I think anything above 20 or 25 really is above where the facilities need to be and the facilities capacity. It was also something else that he said as well. And again, I want to quote what he said. He was talking about the okay, there it is. He said, don't just rely on the dashboard. He said, the dashboard reflects PCR testing. It does not reflect the rapid antigen tests. And what you are seeing here in Grand Bahama, if you look at the national statistics, half of the total tests we do are PCR, and the other half are rapid antigen tests. But in Grand Bahama, we have more rapid antigen tests that are not reported on the dashboard than we have PCR tests. So the true burden of the disease is not accurately reflected on the dashboard. Anyone reading that, I believe, would be a bit concerned. Yes. And that was why I raised it with the Minister for Health and raised it with the Minister for Grand Bahama, member for Pine Ridge. We know that you have started the free testing program in Grand Bahama at the Christ the King Hall. But when we were there, we were challenged in reference to space. And even now, in fact, I think what Dr. Bartlett said was that last week would have been the most cases, COVID cases in hospital that we've ever had during the pandemic. And so obviously the situation in Grand Bahama is very, very troubling. And for the lead doctor in charge of COVID in Grand Bahama to say publicly that we are in a crisis in Grand Bahama, and no mincing words. And I know Dr. Bartlett, well-respected doctor, and he's not one to, he's a very measured person. He's not one to be flamboyant, not one to over-exaggerate that I have known him to be. And so this is something that is concerning, obviously, people in East Grand Bahama, but it is concerning people all over Grand Bahama. And so it is something that I felt it should be raised at this level. And so, Mr. Deputy, thank you very much.
As many.
Deputy, just to respond very quickly to the member, the minister responsible for health, Dr. Darwell, has left for the afternoon, but I will ensure that response is provided for you. I'm sure he's addressing the situation. We do appreciate your concern, but I'm sure the member will certainly address it. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Grand Bahama. As many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, first I'd like to give Almighty God thanks for giving me the opportunity to be here today, and I thank him for his mercy and his grace. I thank the great people of the great constituency of St. Barnabas for their continued belief in what it is that myself and my team continue to bring to the various communities within the constituency. I also would like to give thanks to my family, my children, and my wife of 46 days. They say if you start off right, you can end right. So start off right. Yes, Golden Isles. Yes, absolutely. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very brief, but I thought it was important just to offer a few words and sentiments on this resolution. My fascination with politics started at a very early age, I'm sure like most of us, and particularly service, not just politics, but service. And one of the things that has always been an unrelenting hope that I've continued to cling to throughout my now public life and my time in politics is that us as politicians, as legislators, will summon from within consistently that commitment to keep our eyes on what constantly matters for us in our duty to the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And in so doing, oftentimes you're battling the gauntlet of politics and the throws and blows of politics while trying to do your very best to serve the people and the country that you love. It involves some sacrifices and compromises, some you never thought that you would have to deal with. But I mention that in particular from the outset of my brief remarks, Mr. Deputy, because what we are embarking on today, in my mind, and the way we are going about it, and not that this has not been done before, there's been agreement on different pieces of legislation and resolutions. But I think that it's an important point to shine some light on. And that's why I felt it was very important that, notwithstanding the general agreement that we know had existed relative to this piece of this resolution. I thought it was important. You know, I've often said that if we are serious about transforming the Commonwealth in the Bahamas in a meaningful way, and in a way that captures the imagination of the Bahamian people consistently, that each and every Bahamian wakes up every morning to think about, it will involve us embracing truly the bigness of our ideas and not the smallness of our politics. And that's always difficult in a very hyper-partisan environment that is the nature of not politics around the world, but definitely Bahamian politics. And so this opportunity that we have to come into a general agreement, if you will, about moving forward on, frankly, issues relating to this parliament that have bridged administrations, that have bridged decades, quite frankly, and the member for Fox Hill, you know, alluded to it. Oftentimes, politics get in the way of us getting things done. And again, I'm not being naive about the political reality that we face. But as I often say, the political realities we face, they're a function of us and how we decide to act and what we give off as political leaders. And so maybe it's fitting today that this morning that we came from church and had the opportunity to, you know, thank God for not only the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, but what it is that we do as legislators in here, men and women, determined to serve our country in a meaningful way. I often say as well, and I know that the member for Fox Hill is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, can attest to this. Oftentimes, the good that we are doing, even from administration to administration, may not be fully appreciated in a way that it should, because the other side is either playing politics by denigrating a particular piece of policy, when we may in fact know that it's a good piece of legislation and it's good for the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I mentioned foreign affairs because, and this actually ties in a bit to what the member from East Grand Bahama would have said in terms of the proper communication of what it is that we are attempting to do. Because while this is about the Parliament, some Bahamians out there Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, it is our duty, it is our obligation as members of Parliament and legislators to let the Bahamian people know how something benefits them, because oftentimes when it's run through the, again, political gauntlet, there's not truly an appreciation. And sometimes things that may seem mundane or simple doesn't get the type of recognition that it needs. And the reason why I brought up foreign affairs is because, you know, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, who's the former Member of Parliament for North Abaco, I would always say to him that and again, you could appreciate this, Member for Fox Hill, when you are going around the world and doing business on behalf of the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and a picture comes back, and a treaty, an agreement, a memorandum is signed, for that particular ministry, sometimes that can't be appreciated if it's not explained efficiently. But what the Bahamian people could appreciate is them having to wait on those long lines as it used to be back in the day to get their passports, and that's something that they can cling to as it relates to foreign affairs. The point that I'm just making is that in everything we do, I believe that it's ultimately important that we communicate to the Bahamian people what it is that we are attempting to do. I believe that this is a non-controversial issue. Up front, let me just say that. We know that there will be times when there will be enough issues for us to show contrast on and have a difference on. The member for Angleston talked early today about the status of education in our country. And there's no doubt that we know, because of this pandemic, there's no denying that the challenges we face in education will be with us for many, many years as a result of this pandemic. And so there will come a time when, there will come a time when we all will be forced to put all of our heads together, and that time is now, to figure out how now do we protect a generation of young Bahamians who've been affected adversely by this pandemic. And that is something that we all should be concerned about, and that we ought not, outside where there are legitimate differences, we ought not use it in a political way, because at the end of the day, it's about the young people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So again, I've just said all of that to say that I believe that this resolution is a good thing. It's a very good thing. I believe, as the member for Fox Hill would have articulated, it's unfortunate that we've allowed it to just be thrown by the wayside, because we've been talking about this for a long, long time. There is no doubt, no denying that the autonomy and the administrative affairs of Parliament, that's good for the country, and that's the way that it ought to be. And it's a benefit to the Bahamian people. And it's always difficult when you're talking about issues surrounding us as members of Parliament, from the physical building to the support that we get. But the true reality is, this is about the Bahamian people in everything that we do. And even this, where it's a benefit, it may seem like a benefit, or it will be a benefit to members of Parliament. At the end of the day, each of us represent thousands of Bahamians. And so what we do, as it relates to this piece of resolution, or this resolution, will allow us to properly represent the interests of the Bahamian people. Our institutions are extremely important to us. I actually believe that we don't give our institutions, or pay reverence to our institutions in the way that we should. And at the end of the day, again, as was alluded to by another member, 30, 40 years from now, there will be other generations of Bahamians who will be in these very seats. I don't think it'll be in this very place. Hopefully not, I don't think so. But will be in these very seats, metaphorically speaking. And what will they say about those of us that came before them? What did we decide to do? And so I just think it's very, very important for us to use this as an opportunity, not in a naive way about our politics, but use this in a way that where we can find common ground as men and women of this honorable house, to try to affect changes in a major, major way, some small, some big. Let us do it. Because again, for the last 40 years, Madam Speaker, we've been dealing with major issues, you name it. And the only thing that has truly stopped it has been our politics. Like I say, it is a challenge. I'm not standing here naive to what our political realities may be. But we have to, if not be perfect in our attempts to operate a certain way that would bring credit. We'll continue to bring credit to some of the approaches as it relates to legislation and how we take care of the people's business. This resolution is long overdue. It's long overdue. I believe it will bode well for the efficiency of the Parliament, and obviously we still have to get into some of the issues in depth and the meat of what would be legislation and how it would operate. But there's no doubt, September 29th passed. It would have been 292 years. 292 years. That's something that we should be proud of, but we also should parallel that continuously with the edifices and the buildings and the like and the support that brings credit also to the rich history and legacy that we have. And so, Madam Speaker, let us use this as a reflection point. I know it might seem minute right now, but let us use this as a reflection point to better us as a people, to better us as legislators, to keep in our view, because the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure everyone in here will appreciate this and have sensed this. The Bahamian people are tired, Madam Speaker. They are, and I'm not trying to over-dramatize anything right now, but they are, okay? We've been going back and forth, from one government to the next, right, in the last 20 years. Why? Because the Bahamian people have not been sufficiently satisfied that we're not capturing the imagination of the Bahamian people and bringing the resolutions that we need to bring. Okay? So, Madam Speaker, I am in support of this resolution. And as the honorable member for East Grand Bahama said, I think it's important that public education on it. I think substantively that's important, but I believe that politically for this body that's important, because it isn't about us. It's about the institutions, and that's about Bahamians. As I take my seat, Madam Speaker, I know that the member for Pinewood talked about putting a baby to rest in Pinewood, and he made a very passionate sentiment, words of gratitude to the member for Fort Charlotte. And so I have a baby in St. Barnabas that got to get put to rest too. And so likewise, I'm going to make an impassioned plea to the member for Fort Charlotte that we have continuous flooding going on at Big Pond. And as everybody knows, Big Pond has been something just like Pinewood. It has bridged administrations, right? We did make some attempts to address it. Sorry? The end of the song. We did start to address it in some way, but the good thing is that, as always said, governments are continuous, right? And so I'm asking the government of the day and the member for Charlotte, the Minister Works, to please see if you can pay some attention, your technical team, pay some attention to Big Pond and Coconut Grove. There's always been some flooding issues all over the Grove. We got some initial assessments from the Ministry of Works that, that indicated that it would be a big project, and something of that magnitude would have to be approached in a strategic way and in a phased way, which we fully appreciated. So it is something, honorable member, that I would appreciate that, and I know you're a good multitasker, honorable member, and so while you're putting that baby to rest in Pinewood, there's another baby in St. Barnabas, there's another baby in St. Barnabas that needs some addressing. Okay? Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, just want to remind the people of St. Barnabas, my constituents, that the community center and the computer lab specifically is open every day from 10 to 7. And I will say this, Madam Speaker, and not that I couldn't have appreciated it before, but to see it in action, the amount of children that come into the community center to use computers, because frankly, some of them would not necessarily have access to something like a computer. And to see parents drop their children off every day so that their children can further their educational development is something that is so meaningful to see. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to provide that for the people of St. Barnabas. To the member for Angleton, the Minister of Education, as I would have shared with her earlier, I had an opportunity to visit what I call is the jewel of primary school education in the Bahamas, which is Eva Hilton, which used to be Oaksfield Primary. And I know the honorable member for Fort Charlotte is a jewel. Great I mean, great school, great team they have down there. I mean, we obviously all across the country, we have great educators, but that team down there, and Mr. Butler, they do a tremendous job. And that morning, as the member for Pinewood, and every member has been saying who had the opportunity to stand up, to see the smiling faces of those children. And just besides, obviously, the educational needs, the educational development that these children need, it's also the social development when they see their friends and what that does. And I'm sure if you talk to child psychologists, they will tell you that social development is just as important as that educational development. And so for me, obviously, we know that there will be some differences and approaches, but there is no doubt that if our children can get in school, they need to be in school. Grateful for the parents and the teachers. And so I thought that that was something that was very positive that day, as a number of those students were able to come to school, see their teachers, and continue on their educational pathway. Madam Speaker, with those, I did say few words, but with those few words, St. Barnabas supports this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Long Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of Long Island, whom I'm most privileged to serve. Madam Speaker, I wish to extend condolences before I start get into the meat of my presentation. I wish to extend condolences to a few families of several of my constituents who died in recent days and weeks. I want to extend condolences to the families of Miss LaGloria Burrows of Dedmansky, Miss Alvina Major of Bunches, Mr. Frederick Taylor, Hard Bargain, Miss Merlene Dean of McCann's, Mr. Amos Pratt of Glinton's, Miss Lee Wallace of Dunmore's, Mr. William Adley of Burn Ground, Mr. Trevon Roxbury of Hamilton's, Mr. Mandy Constantakis of Petty's, and Mr. Manoli Constantakis of Petty's. I'll speak more to that later. Madam Speaker, we've had 9 deaths between the 11th of January and the 23rd of January, 2022. This Saturday, I have 4 funerals to attend, and there's another funeral on Friday. Madam Speaker, let me also extend condolences to the family of Ms. Irma Williams, who once provided the food to this place. You know, when I first met her, she told me her name was Irma F&M Williams. Madam Speaker, I also wish to lend my full-throated support to this resolution, which seeks to appoint a committee, a select bipartisan committee, to explore ways that we can bring this Parliament into the 21st century. I hope that the recommendations of this bipartisan committee are codified and put into effect, and that the public is also involved in the process. The Constitution establishes 3 very distinct branches of government. We must now ensure that the separation is distinctly codified and recognized in practice. Madam Speaker, we're rather late in taking these steps, but it's better to be late than never. Madam Speaker, the concept of the separation of powers is entrenched in the Westminster system, and indeed, as my colleagues have stated, is long overdue. I'm certainly not opposed to the idea of an independent parliament, Madam Speaker. The circumstances of governance in the Bahamas calls for a better structure in our government. We cannot continue to crank the handles. We should have addressed this matter a long time ago. Madam Speaker, now in my second term as a member of Parliament, I can assure you that I take the privilege of representing the people of Long Island very seriously. However, I believe that all of us can better represent our constituents if given the tools necessary for modern-day representation. Between 2017 And now, when I first entered these halls, the issue of the independence of the legislature grew louder and louder. So here we are. I am happy to understand that we are speaking with one voice on this matter. Indeed, there must be some things that we all can agree on. Madam Speaker, the separation of powers should not be simply seen as a doctrine, but should be underscored by law and, most importantly, practice. Practice. You know, there's a French social commentator, political thinker, 1748 that is, who said, and I quote, "When the legislative and executive powers are united in the same person or body of persons, there can be no liberty." You got it. For far too long, Madam Speaker, the Parliament has been in the clutches of the executive branch. Madam Speaker, in the UK, the office of the Speaker is independent and protected. I believe we've come to a time when we could have this discussion. I do not believe a Speaker should be on the ground and in the trenches fighting to be re-elected. This arrangement poses some obvious challenges to the hold of the office. This too should be reviewed with a view to seeing what can or cannot be adopted in the Bahamas. There must be consensus on any idea from both sides for bipartisanship. Madam Speaker, I believe that this resolution is also meant to bring greater parity. We have a sort of apartheid between the MPs or the members of Parliament without portfolios and those members of Parliament who are also cabinet ministers, that is, those who strictly sit in the legislature and those who sit in both places. And this is evidenced in various ways. The differences, types of passports issued, the public, sometimes embarrassing or demeaning interactions at airports, to the scope of the insurance coverage, for example. Indeed, there's a need for a new parliamentary complex with modern amenities, from research assistance to a proper library, to digitizing the parliament, to providing simple, modern-day technological amenities, such as email addresses, as was alluded to by my colleague earlier. When you think about the parliamentary channel, there should be constant content, parliamentary content or other content connected to the history of the parliament, etc. There should be an educational platform as well. You know, I thought when we talked about constructing a new parliament, when I heard about this some time back, I said, okay, well, the complex that the old magistrate courts were at, I thought that would be the new parliamentary complex. But I know that since that time, there's been plans drawn for another edifice to be constructed there. The current edifice that we're in tonight can be a place of historical significance, a museum of sorts. We've seen where the microphones are full of static, where the House must suspend to fix it, where viewers cannot hear members speak over the static. Here we have an archaic audio system and outdated infrastructure. I read the recommendations of the previous committee chaired by the late Dr. Bernard Nottage. I support those recommendations with a view to broadening the scope and upon review of comparative legislation in other jurisdictions. Madam Speaker, I do not wish to get ahead of the committee doing its work, so I will not prolong this part of my contribution. I'd just like to say to members of that committee, whomever they might be, that we must approach this matter with sobriety and sincerity. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, far too long we've had to deal with the deteriorating conditions of local health care. We see where islanders, and in this case Long Islanders, have had to fly to New Providence and incur sizable travel costs to access health care. Madam Speaker, last Friday night was one of our saddest and most heartbreaking. We lost 3 very promising young men in a tragic accident. A traffic accident in Mangrove Bush resulted in 2 of the men dying at the scene. The 3rd young man was flown into New Providence where I'm advised he passed away a short time later. The untimely and sudden deaths of these young men, who are all so very full of life, who I've come to know and met personally, have sent shockwaves throughout our island. We are all deeply anguished by their sudden demise. I believe that there's a vigil being held tonight, and I pray for the persons who are out there tonight, because there's a weight, I feel an emotional burden on the island. Now, Speaker, we collectively mourn the passing of 3 of our very own and this unprecedented tragedy, and our thoughts and prayers are with the families in this difficult time. So let us continue to bind together in support and in prayer of the families of Trevon Roxbury, 19-year-old, Manoli Constantakis, another 19-year-old, and Mandy Constantakis, a 21-year-old. May their souls rest in peace. And so to Christina and Mandy, Senior, Kira and Trevor, and stepdad Ryan, and to Amber and Nicholas, I grieve with you. Long Island stands united in your grief, and I want you to know that we stand in support of you and that you remain in our prayers. Trust that God's peace will be with you. Madam Speaker, we've all heard the complaints related to this tragedy, seen it in the newspapers and so on, as it relates to the medical challenges on the ground. I constantly say that Nassau is not the Bahamas. We live out on these islands, on God's grace. We are in desperate need of better healthcare services on family islands, not just for us, but for future generations to come. Although we do not live in the capital city, Nassau, we are Bahamians. Our lives matter too. Our lives matter too. A few years ago, I donated from our constituency fund, with the assistance of Mr. Keith Carroll, a compressor for the morgue in Deadman's Key. That morgue had been off or not operational for far too long. At that time, the Ministry of Health had not fixed it for some time. And so we took the initiative and fixed it. It was operational for a while. Sometime later, the morgue again had challenges. No doubt, the Honourable Member for Tall Pines must have observed that on his visit to Long Island in October. We believe that this should be resolved pronto. As it stands, all persons who die in Long Island, their bodies must be transported to the north. That is to the clinic in Sims, the Sims Community Clinic. So you can imagine, as at Friday passed, 7 bodies in a 3-person morgue or facility. Imagine hearing stories of some bodies being placed on raised platforms so that the morticians can come and quickly embalm, just so that there'll be space in the morgue. That is totally unacceptable. Imagine the emotional trauma of walking into such a scene, of families witnessing that as they bring bodies of loved ones. And as you might know, Madam Speaker, if we have a loved one pass, usually the family transport the body. Imagine the emotional and mental toll on healthcare professionals. I'm advised that just this weekend, Mr. Kendall Carroll visited Long Island, and whilst they sought to fix the morgue in Deadman's Key, got it somewhat operational within 5 minutes, but it was very unstable. They're also providing a temperature switch, I'm advised. Frankly though, the Deadman's Key Clinic needs a new morgue. Can you imagine stepping into a space that the morgue is in, and the steel from the roof is exposed, the concrete is falling from the roof, and it is in a state of gross disrepair? The health professionals have to wedge something into the latch to keep it shut, because the seal by the freezer door, I think that seal is called a gasket, is not working as it should. And this is the case, I think, at both of the morgues. So you should see the health staff hammering pieces in. I feel it is time for greater attention and more active role to be played by the Ministry of Health and with these morgues and their upkeep. They need to be checked and serviced on a regular basis. Today, or I should say yesterday, we shipped a refurbished ambulance to Long Island. Some years ago, I met with the then CEO and senior manager of Alive, Mr. Damian Blackburn and Mr. Carl Monplesser. At our meeting, they asked me about my vision for Long Island and how they could assist. And I took that opportunity to ask for 2 ambulances. Given the cost, they indicated that they could only guarantee 1. And whilst it took some time to be found, they delivered on their promise. We had a presentation at the Alive headquarters last year. However, they still had some work to do to the vehicle, installing emergency features, oxygen tanks, and so on, fully retrofitting and outfitting it. Those works were recently completed. I'm happy to know that the ambulance will be on the island today. It's on the island today. And next week, we will formally hand it over to the Sims Clinic. I spoke to Minister Dowell this morning, and he's agreed that the Ministry of Health will accept a donated ambulance. As you know, an ambulance on Long Island can be used for anywhere. Over the coming weeks, we'll also donate some needed healthcare apparatuses from the Constituency Fund. Under the last administration, we received an IDB loan. Last April, we had a town hall meeting with Long Islanders. More than $1 million, I'm advised, was allocated for the renovation and upgrades to the Debnarski Clinic. Almost $1 million was approved from the IDB for upgrades to the Debnarski Clinic. And not a dime has been spent as yet. The former minister and the Ministry of Health also stated at that time that the allocation also featured a brand new ambulance to be assigned to the Debnarski Clinic. We await those infrastructure repairs and that ambulance to be assigned to the Debnarski Clinic. Our island is extremely long. This is a matter of life and death for us. This is a matter of great importance to us. We also await the promised repairs to the Sims Clinic, which was supposed to come from the Ministry of Health's capital budget during this fiscal year. You know, I still feel the pain of my uncle, knowing my uncle, my favorite uncle, like a father to me, who passed. He was in a motorcycle accident and was taken up and put in the back of a truck and taken to the clinic where he died. Just imagine the indignity of that. You're sick, you're dying, or you're dead, and you're being transported in such a manner in 2022. Proper transportation for deceased and injured persons is an absolute on these islands. Simple things like neck braces, very much needed. Simple medical supplies and stretchers, needed. Better medical service in situations like we see last weekend. Desperately needed. 24-hour, around-the-clock professionals who can respond in real time. And so as we get these ambulances, we hope and we trust that the Ministry of Health will hire EMTs, an emergency response team, with fully stocked ambulances so that they can provide the service that the community so desperately requires. We must address the issue of air ambulances as well, Madam Speaker. The time of arrival of air ambulances is sometimes far too long. It already takes 50 minutes to an hour and 10 minutes per way to get to Long Island, depending on the type of flight. So the response time, as it relates to these air ambulances, must be assessed. It's a lot of time. The flight time in and of itself, both ways, is already long. Any other delay can be the difference between life and death. We need proper X-ray machines on these islands, proper machines. And at the moment, as I indicated to the member for Tall Pines this morning when we spoke, the doctor's vehicle in Central and South Long Island is not working. They're actually renting a car for the doctor to move around in and respond to emergencies. Nurses in the north and in central, I understand, do not have an on-call vehicle. At least one nurse got into an accident whilst on call recently, rushing to the clinic and rode off her vehicle. Medicine shortages, etc. And so, as we move forward and look at ways to improve healthcare on these islands, consideration must be had for the physical plan, obviously, the availability of medicine. Maybe have, even if you can't provide a permanent dentist or a permanent optometrist or eye doctor or somebody, you can ask folks to rotate to the various islands. Obviously, there's a need, and I know it would have been included in the renovations to the DC to Dedmuskie Clinic, for a lab where we can do blood work so persons don't have to come to Nassau, pay for hotel, get car, spend monies just to take blood, just to have a blood test. This is the 21st century, and that is not should not be the case today. When you look at Long Island, some 200 plus miles south of New Providence, you get into a serious accident or have a serious injury that far away, you can only pray. And so, Madam Speaker, I wanted to make those points, particularly given the impact of our recent circumstances on the island. I want to also encourage the minister, the member for Tall Pines, to address, and I'm going to have a conversation with him in the coming days. There's some shortages at the clinic, staffing shortages, that I'm going to be requesting that he look into to address. And as I close, I listened very attentively to the member for Fort Charlotte, who I have great respect for. He knows that. And I want to say I'm happy to hear that the Gladstone Road wastewater plant is being completed. I have no doubt that the Honourable Member for Fort Charlotte would have seen correspondences from myself as it relates to my strong contention for the corporation to be funded and to be able to complete and operate that plant for profit. And at that time, I think we estimated the completion to cost some $2 million. That was my position and the position of my board. That plant has huge potential. I viewed it as a profit center for the Water and Sewage Corporation. However, as you know, in the collectiveness of government, some things might be beyond you. And so that Gladstone Road plant, pursuant to government decision, was put into a heads of agreement with Bahama. And so the agreement, to my understanding, was for Bahama to complete and operate the plant and to pay the Water and Sewage Corporation a fee. Now, I'm unable to speak in more depth as to certain things, as I may not have sat in certain places, but I can tell you that I'm very happy to hear. Now, I also want to say, member, that on that plan, I think construction ceased sometime around 2016 or so. And one of the concerns, and you will find this as you go through the records, the WSC management had, was that the contractor had abandoned the site in January 2017. And I believe WSC then sought to put something of a lien against the equipment at the site, hiring security and so on to seize the equipment. I think the plant was originally pegged at $9 million, and it ended up, at the time the contractor left, being somewhere around $18.3 million having been spent. And so to my knowledge, the corporation ran out of money, including the loan monies from the National Insurance Board. I believe the corporation continues to pay NIB every month, pursuant to their loan agreement for that plant. The project and the construction, frankly, was mismanaged, to be frank. And so I'm happy to see, remember, that plant, which I have seen as a major profit center for the Water and Sewage Corporation, coming together, being finalized. I think it's fantastic. I also want to put you on notice that on behalf of the great people of Long Island, I will be sending you a letter with a list of requests and pleas for your intervention and your support. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Fort Challenge.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I should wish to extend sympathy to a number of families in Fort Charlotte who've lost loved ones in the recent past. Wiley Joseph, who is a young man who I had the opportunity to work with for a number of years from the Pit Road. I wish to extend sympathy to his family. His sister is a colleague of mine at the Ministry of Works, Linda. Also, the family of Sabrina Ingram, granddaughter of one of our suffragettes, and the sister of Hope Strawn, want to extend sympathy to Sabrina Ingram's family. And the Dean family has lost two family members, Henry Dean, my very good friend, and the entire Dean family. Dominique Dean, his nephew, and his sister Willamay, to Willamay's daughter and the entire Dean family, I wish to extend sympathy. We've also lost Leon Griffin, the husband of one of our colleagues. I had the privilege of serving with Melanie for many years in cabinet, in opposition here in this honorable place. And I want to just say that the Melanie, the children, the family members, we are with you during this time. Madam Speaker, there are two senior members of Fort Charlotte. I just want to commend them and send birthday greetings to them. One of our queens, Louise Popel, known for her cakes, and has produced a wonderful family. She was 92. And also Mr. Basil Hyler, another senior patriarch of Fort Charlotte, who was 98. Want to just send love to both of these senior members of our community. And also to say thank you to a committee of volunteers who have taken on the task of building a community farm in Fort Charlotte. One of the things that we promised during the campaign, to build a community farm that would be a social enterprise. We saw too many people hungry during this pandemic, and we have to make farming sexy. As the Minister of Agriculture and Local Government, I mean, you know, we have to really show that it is something that we must love to do, so that we put in our bodies the organic, wholesome food that can build and maintain a strong country. And I want to say thank you to Sonia Storr, who is chairing this undertaking, and Lynette Isaacs, who is co-chairing. Madam Speaker, I stand in support of the resolution. And I just want to very briefly say that I adopt the views of my honorable colleagues, all of whom who have spoken to this resolution. And I just want to say in a few words what is at stake. Because the honorable member of East Grand Bahama correctly said, we must explain how this will benefit the Bahamian people. The Constitution has 3 pillars for the exercise of public power in our country. All of us sitting here represent the general will of the Bahamian people sitting on both sides of the aisle. The Constitution has vested us with the power to make laws. Make laws for the peace, order, and good government of the Commonwealth. The laws we make here govern every aspect of people's lives: education, health, the environment, business, whatever the business, building, all death, birth, from the cradle to the grave. The laws we pass here regulate, determines civil discourse and the life of citizens, residents, and visitors. So what happens here, Madam Speaker, is of relevance to every single person in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and also through our foreign relations with everyone we have discourse with in the global arena. The public power for the peace, order, and good government of the Bahamas. We also, this second power that we have, and that is the power to check the executive. And for those of us who've had the privilege to sit here, and I've been on the governing side and on 5 years on the opposition side, is we have this awesome, and what the Constitution says, it says that the executive in Article 72 of the Constitution, it says that the cabinet, the executive, it says that the executive shall, the mandatory word shall, have the general direction and control of the government. But there's also another component of that sentence, and shall be collectively responsible, therefore, to this body. In other words, to make laws and to check, because the cabinet is accountable to this parliament. That is for the benefit of the Bahamian people, because we are exercising their general will for the peace and order and good government on the people's behalf. And therefore, what happens here is of relevance to every single person. Now, the cabinet has, once this parliament appropriates the money, determines the manner, and it the integrity in which that money is spent, the efficiency of it. But there's that third branch of government in exercising the public power. All of this is what I call the common goods of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. It doesn't belong to the PLP, doesn't belong to the FNM, it doesn't belong to any party. We are talking about public goods. The public power, the lawmaking power is a public good. The administrative power, the executive power is a public good. And this third branch of government is the judiciary. And we know this third branch of government in the Constitution, it says that this branch of government, it doesn't control the purse. It doesn't hold the, well, let me modify what I was about to say. Because this, under Article 93 going right to 97, this third branch of the government, because there are some parallels between the judiciary and the parliament. The judiciary serves two functions. It interprets the laws that we make. It also is the only body that also interprets the Constitution, that is the highest law of the land, right? But it also applies the law. It applies the law, and it also has this duty to protect the minority, to protect the immigrant, to protect the outsider, because the constitutional guarantees of our liberties doesn't distinguish between citizen and non-citizen. It says all person, whether it's the freedom of speech, whether it's the liberty. So we see that but the framers of the Constitution also intended, because of this special role of interpretation and also the role of application of the law, that this body should be independent. And therefore, you have a security of tenure. You cannot remove willy-nilly a justice of the Supreme Court or a justice of the Court of Appeal until they're 60, is it 65? 60. Right. Extension to 67, but 65. So we see that in this Westminster architecture, the three branches, the judiciary can also check us, because statements have been made in this parliament and the court adjudicated on it. Laws have been passed by this cabinet and the Supreme Court have held certain provisions of those laws unconstitutional. So even as we make law, there is a supreme law, and that's the Constitution. And the only body who can say that we violated the Constitution is the judiciary. So these bodies, these three branches of the government must be properly personnel, properly resourced in order to carry out these important public functions for the benefit of our people. Madam Speaker, the head, our legislative head, why should the Speaker have to go to the executive to get a legal opinion? Why should any member of the opposition Just like I, being a member of the governing party, they're equal to me. They have the right to represent their constituents, and they may want to bring a member's bill. But none of us, I can speak for myself, we're not draftsperson. Even if you're a lawyer, drafting is a highly specialized skill. Why do you have to go to the Attorney General? The draftspersons are under the Attorney General. Shouldn't the Speaker have a legal counsel, a parliamentary counsel, to provide the Speaker with advice, to provide any of us with drafting products and documents and bills? So we see that the people are not being served to the best of our ability when those critical resources are not in place. Why should members who represent Family Island constituencies, when they come here to Nassau and their constituents want to see them, you mean to tell me you have to be a minister? Or you have to be a parliamentary secretary? Or you have to be a chairperson of an executive authority to have an office that you can sit down and have a proper consultation with your constituent who has traveled from their family island to meet with you in the national parliament? But you have to go and meet them in a restaurant? Suppose they want to have a private conversation with you. Shouldn't there be available to the representatives of the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas the facilities? This is not a luxury. It is serving a fundamental democratic function. We have a parliament, a House of Assembly that is in violation of the law. And I'm duty bound to declare this, because if you're in a wheelchair, if you're on crutches, you mean to tell me you have to get somebody to lift you up 2 flights of stairs in order to come and be present in the parliament? Yet, we are requiring businesses, we are requiring other public amenities and so on to retrofit their buildings and so on so that there could be accessibility, which is a fundamental right. We have a duty. We have a duty to put in place the facilities. Why should the Speaker have to go to the Minister of Finance about allocation for the Parliament? Shouldn't the Speaker be able to control the budget? Because this is the body to which the Cabinet is accountable to. But yet, the Speaker will have to go to a member of the Cabinet and ask permission. I mean, why shouldn't the Speaker have control over the staff? Why shouldn't the Chief Justice have control over his staff? Because the same thing applies to the judiciary. And that is why coming before us will be the Judicial Services Act. And we need a Parliamentary Service Act. For example, colleagues, what I'm talking about is not, this has been raised. We've had a number of constitutional commissions. In 2013, we got a report. Mr. Sean McQueenie QC was the chairperson of that. And it's very interesting. They even talk about the clerk. For those of us who serve in Parliament, the people who are most critical to us, they educate us, they guide us, they're the clerks. They serve a very specialized, you cannot move someone from another part of the public service and put them in the Parliament because it's a highly specialized function. It's the same thing with the judiciary. When you're working in the judiciary, you develop an expertise for that area or that branch of the government. And this is what the report said about the clerk. The office of Clerk of Parliament and Deputy Clerk with responsibility for the Senate should be established by the Constitution as public offices, independent of the executive. The Commission also recommends the establishment of the Office of Chief Parliamentary Counsel, responsible for drafting of legislation and advising the Speaker of the House on rules regarding the enactment of legislation. We also see, for example, in its recommendation, Madam Speaker, it says, the Commission recommends the establishment of a number of standing parliamentary committees empowered to have oversight of various aspects of government affairs and to act as a check on the powers of the executive. Madam Speaker, why do we have to wait until a general election and the change of political party for a forensic report to be done? Shouldn't the Parliament have these standing committees? And if there is a matter, it comes before the standing committee. But you need the facilities so that the Parliament can carry out its checking, its supervisory function. And indeed, we need a smart Parliament because we're living in a we are living in a technological revolution, and we must be smart in order to be effective, to be efficient, and to be competitive with the rest of the world. So, Madam Speaker, I am not going to repeat what my colleagues, honorable colleagues have stated, but I just want to make the point that this is a matter of urgency. The Prime Minister has given me, with respect to the public infrastructure, a mandate, as was committed in the campaign, for the design of a parliament and also a judicial complex. Because in order for these three branches of government, Madam Speaker, isn't it instructive that most of the buildings that have been built in the last 20 years have been for the executive? I mean, look at the buildings that have been built. There are three branches of the government. So we have a commitment, and I've taken my marching orders, and it will be a priority for the Ministry of Works. There will be consultation with the public, with stakeholders. And as we reboot an economy, infrastructure is a key stimulant for economic growth. But I just want to leave the question to colleagues. Do we want the landscape of our waterfront? And what will be the iconic images of our waterfront? Will it be the U.S. Embassy? I was present at, and I think it's a fantastic It's a fantastic building and complex, and especially utilizing solar energy and so on. But you know, we also are concerned with building the Bahamas. This is what the Constitution has directed us to do for the peace, order, and good government of the Bahamas. And the Bahamas needs a parliament, not for status, but a parliament that can enable the people elected to exercise the general will to better serve the country. And I would like to believe that one of the images, or some of the images that we see when we come off the cruise ship, will be some of the national institutions that are sustainable, that are smart in terms of technology, but that can give dignity, respect, and better service to the Bahamian people. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Foxhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I guess we're going to do it then. Let's see. You know, all y'all in here younger than me, so you got more time. I don't have time on my side, and I need to put this up. I'm already a couple of months behind where I should have been, which tells you much about those of you who are new to this, about the business of government. It's taken 3 months for this resolution to get here. Something that is only 4 lines, but all the bureaucracy and this and that. You know, I told the last administration when they were, so forgive me about this politics, but I can't resist. I must stay focused. I can be focused right now. But, you know, I was trying to tell them, look, the ship of state is a very difficult thing to stop and to get started. So you come to office and you say, everything we did was bad. And you say, we're going to stop and we're going to have a look at it. By the time you get things going again, it's 18 months. You only have a 5-year term. And what we found when we were in office was that from the day you made a decision in cabinet to the day the shovel got in the ground was 3 years. So if you stop something, by the time you tried to catch up, your term's done. So it's just, we have to stop being too deliberative about these things and let's get going and get it done. Otherwise, we'll be talking about this forever. The other sort of philosophical lesson about this is that all of us, no matter what the obstacles are, we got to keep focused on where we're actually headed. This is, let's see, the last time I said we were here was 2013. So that's almost 10 years ago when we last visited this matter. You just can't forget it. So hopefully if we don't get it done, the next group will have heard this debate, and when they get here, they'll try and get it done. The whole question is to keep moving forward and get it finished. So I hope 2024, 25, we're in a new building. That's what I really hope we can do, which means by the 31st of March, we ought to be done with all the planning on this, an agreement on this. The building I have in mind myself is the building which the Antiguan Parliament. We should go down and have a look at it. Barbados is also a good model, but whatever the committee decides, let's see if we can get this wrapped up by the 31st of March, and then get the shovels in the ground and get this finished. And then you all could cuss me afterwards if you don't like the building. But it should be something which is a signature project for our generation. And all of you should have some say, some stake in what that building is and what it represents for you about this country and the country which you are building. I'm glad that the Member of Parliament for Fort Charlotte mentioned the U.S. Embassy, because it grates on me, I got to tell you, that this thing is going to dominate. I swear we made a mistake in allowing that to happen, but nevertheless, the building is there. So if we put the Parliament up at the top of the hill, it seems to me that that is the symbol of our country, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and that will be our signature, our imprint on the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in this generation. I want you to think about it in these kinds of terms, these kinds of grand terms, because a nation is, in fact, people. We are people, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But there's this intangible thing about a country which people have to buy into. Our ceremonies, our history, all of that is important, though intangible, to tie people to the kind of country they have. I'm quite serious about the fact that the younger people should be involved in its construction, because I want them to literally say that when that building is done, I was 21 years old and I helped to put that building there, so that when their grandchildren are around, they can say, I helped to put that building there. I built that building. And that ties them to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So I'm hoping for all those reasons that we can get it done. I want to just make one technical distinction, and that is the question of standing committee versus select committee. I think the member said select committee. It's actually a standing committee, which means this is a permanent fixture to manage the House and its business, which is giving the Speaker the power. I'm not even sure myself, but I stand to be advised by the attorneys on this, whether or not you actually need legislation to do this, because I was looking at Article 55, and it says the House has the power to regulate its own procedure. Now, some people might argue that this is not procedural. This has to do with capital development, which is different. But I was thinking that, you should just exercise the power and go ahead and get it done, as opposed to getting ourselves tied up in legislation and all the rest of it. But let's run the House. The Speaker and the committee should run the House. That's my feeling. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Foxhill, I think, raises a very, I think, valid point in terms of you creating a standing committee, but it really has to do with the governance, but also the relationship between the House and the executive, between Parliament and the executive. And while I accept, I think you can do it. At this initial stage, I think when we look at the legislation probably will create a functional institute that that will then carry it on. And this exactly. But I think this is essential to sort of get that started. But I think the legislation then will sort of take over from it.
Yes, I'm with you. I think we're in that direction as well. Because when we were talking to the leader of the opposition, one of the things we thought is that there ought to be a Leader of the Opposition Act, which in fact puts all of the things which a Leader of the Opposition and should get. The question of support for the work of political parties, which is intrinsic to the whole running of the institution. So the party whips should have access to funding to get the work of the political parties done for the Parliament. So all of that is stuff that you have to have a look at. And what typically would happen, and this is, I think, is also envisaged with regard to the Supreme Court bill that you had proposed, is that at the same time the budget process takes place, like how the Ministry of Finance is now beginning the budget process for the next fiscal year, the Speaker of the House led by the committee, would sit with the Minister of Finance and say, this is our allocation for the fiscal year. And that money is set aside for the House. And after that, the Ministry of Finance has nothing more to do with it. The House has its own, staff, support, accountants, all of those things, personnel, operations, and that's how it's envisaged. The other thing I thought is that I'd also thought members may not know, but there ought to be, in my view, of course, this is all aspirational now, inspired somewhat by the member for Charlotte, and that is members of Parliament themselves should have a kind of Bill of Rights, which says these are the things which you are entitled to when you become a member of Parliament. For example, I know in the rules with regard to senators are ex officio justices of the peace. It's been a practice that members of Parliament also are justices of the peace, but I think that something like that should in fact be put in a statute so that you know that once you become a member of Parliament, you're entitled to be a justice of the peace. I also think you ought to be a marriage officer by statute as well. Access to the prison. You should have the same right of access to police lockups, to the prison, as attorneys at law. All of those things should be part of the function you as a parliamentarian. And the question of travel, I think that you should just have access to the public airline. All you have to do is, through the House, just book the thing and you travel wherever you want to do. Because of the nature of our country, you are national leaders, and so you ought to have access across the country to where you need to go to do your work. These things have cost implications. The public is probably going to be very agitated about it. I heard the member for East Grand Bahama say about public education. Well, I wish you luck there. Good luck. I learned long ago a minister appointed an irrational argument. Sorry for you, but that didn't work. Some things in the political life of the country you just have to do, because otherwise you'll be arguing about this till the cows come home, and you just never. It's esoteric. People don't understand it until they actually get to do this job, and then when they get to do the job, perhaps they never expected to run here, and then when they get here, they then say to you, how could you be here all this time and allow this to be? We sat here. I've been in Parliament since 1992. So this is the 30th year of this, right? And I've sat through rats running through the building, dead rats, and the smell. I've seen the books, which record the volumes of our work, rot. Dry rot downstairs. You got to be very careful to pull them out now because they're all falling apart. The air conditioning doesn't work. It's too cold in the winter, too hot in the summer. What more can you say? It just does not reflect the country that we want or we aspire to be in. And as I say, all of you are younger than I am, and it's time for you all to really adopt this as your project. And let's see if we can get this done without rancor and rowing about who is better or who isn't better. Let's see if we can fix this and get it done and leave this to the next generation and those of you who are going to be in the House of Assembly and the Senate going forward. So thank you all for the passion with which you all spoke on this matter. This is something, I thought when the member for St. Barnabas was talking, and I was thinking as a 10-year-old, John Kennedy was our great hero, and as a 10-year-old, walking to school, thinking that one day I could be doing something like this, or aspiring to doing something revolutionary. But I learned long ago that I could be a revolutionary, so I may as well put that on my mind. I have to, do something more minimalist, something that I can actually get done. And this is something I think we can get done. And I'm happy that you all signed on to the project. Thanks a lot for the passion with which you spoke, and bless you all. And I so move. Now, just a technical point. I did say, Madam Speaker, that it is implied, I think, with a standing committee, which is why I did not actually put the words with leave to sit from place to place, and I think all of that is implied in a standing committee. But I want to say that the standing committee comes with those powers, which is the power to send for persons and papers, with leave to sit from place to place, and with leave to sit during the recess, although it's not expressly put in the resolution. So thank you again.
Thank you, honorable members. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Further resolutions? No further resolution. It is my hope by the next sitting of this House that the committee will be named.
Yes, I can give you the name to our side. I'm not sure.
I think our leader will communicate that, Joe.
Thank you, honorable members. We'll now go down the order of business. Member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just very quickly, Madam Speaker, I wanted to just let the East Grand Bahama community know that on the 31st of January, we will be having a virtual town meeting. And the purpose of the virtual town meeting is to create safer neighborhoods through Neighborhood Crime Watch. We have the superintendent who is responsible for the Royal Bahamas Police Force Neighborhood Watch Department, and they will be making presentations. And we are asking persons who are interested in attending to either call our constituency office. Number is 602-5375, or our cell phone number is 829-3278, or they can email us at eastgrandbahama2021@gmail.com. And we will provide them with the link for the town meeting. So it is Monday, January 31st, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. We're asking them to come. They can learn about those Crime Watch groups that are already in existence, and if they want to be a part of it, they can then sign up to be a part of it. And if they want their community to start a neighborhood watch, then the police department will be able to assist them in being able to start that neighborhood watch. So we're inviting all of them to attend. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Further member statements? The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wish to alert the constituents of St. Barnabas that on Saturday past, we will have distributed throughout the constituency in the various communities a number of masks for the kids as they were getting ready for school, and to let the constituents know if you were not furnished with a package to please check the constituency office, or they can get in contact at 603-4200. And to also alert constituents to look out for our next initiative, which is that involves free JP services to assist the constituents with a number of their matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. Further statements by members? No further statements. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fox Hill.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister or another member of the government will move at the next sitting of the House the following resolution. Whereas by a declaration of intending acquisition dated the 15th day of December 2021 and published in the Official Gazette on the 17th day of December 2021, the minister responsible for lands declared that the hereditament set out in the first schedule hereto were needed for a public purpose, namely the expansion and accommodation of a hotel development and other uses related thereto. And whereas by a reissued notice of possession dated the 25th of January 2022 and published in the Extraordinary Gazette dated the 25th day of January 2022, the hereditaments became vested in the treasurer. And whereas pursuant to Section 5.3a of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, the treasurer, a corporation sole, established under Section 4.1 of the said Act, and continued as the Accountant General pursuant to Sections 210 and 131 of the Public Finance Management Act 2021, number 8 of 2021, shall not sell or make any other disposition of the fee simple of the said hereditaments without the prior approval of both Houses of Parliament signified by resolution thereof. And whereas the Accountant General is desirous of conveying the hereditaments to the company SFIVBLE LP to be used for the public purpose set forth above, in exchange for approximately 336 square feet way leave, more particularly described in the second schedule hereto, the way leave for the sum of $10. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5.3a of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, this House approves a sale by the Accountant General to the purchase of the fee simple of the hereditaments listed in the first schedule hereto in consideration of the sum of $10 and the way leave listed in the second schedule hereto. So the first schedule is Paris Court strip of land, which is 7,073 square feet. All that piece parcel lot of land comprising a 27 feet wide by 262 feet, which is 7,073 square feet strip running westward from the west side of Nassau Street, approximately 225 feet to the south of West Bay Street. And the second schedule, the way leave, is 336 square feet, and it's described as all that piece parcel or lot of land situate on West Bay Street in the western district of the island of New Providence, one of the islands of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, together comprising an area of approximately 336 square feet, which said pieces or parcels of land have such positions, shapes, boundaries, marks, and dimensions as are shown on the diagram or plan attached hereto and colored pink.
Order that the notice be brought up.
Sorry? I don't see the plan. Yeah, I just wondered what happened there. Yeah. I think this is the land where the Marriott is. But I think this is something you had agreed. So we're just trying to carry this out, yeah. Is that right? You want to mention, acknowledge the presence of former member of Parliament?
Okay.
Just, Madam Speaker.
Order that document to line the table.
Just acknowledge the former member of Parliament. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the former member of Parliament. I'm sorry. Who's that? The former speaker is here as well? Oh.
Alvin Smith, I think he stepped out.
Well, yes. Mr. Valentine Grimes, I didn't see the former speaker, and the former speaker, Mr. Alvin Smith. So, welcome, Joe.
Thank you, honorable members. Further notices of future.
I'd like to renew all notices in the name of the government.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, we wish to renew all notices on behalf of the opposition.
Thank you, honorable member. Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the adjournment of the House until Wednesday, February 2nd at 10 a.m.
Second.
Yes, sir. Okay. February.
Just for emphasis, February 2nd, 2022.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be adjourned to Wednesday, 2nd of February, 2022 at 10 a.m. Final adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the House to adjourn to Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Thank you, honorable member. This House is adjourned to Wednesday, 2nd of February, 2022 at 10 a.m.
All rise.